All right, we are ready to get started. I am happy to hear all of this frivolity in the City Council chambers. Thank you. Today's Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, and this is the City Council's regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice to the public and to the City Council that at this meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Councilmember Aslan,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Councilmember House,
Here.
Councilmember Matthews,
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember House, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor. Please stand if you're able.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacy, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will ever know this place as home.
Thank you. We are at approval of minutes from previous meetings. Does anyone have any questions or comments about any of the minutes? All right, hearing none, I will consider a motion to approve.
So moved.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Down to open call to the public. Open call to the public enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on the prepared agenda. Comments related to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that the item is discussed. Open call to the public appears on the agenda twice. You have 3 minutes, and there's a clock right here, except for we have one group of speakers who has 15 minutes because they signed up quite a few people to be here with them. And it is my honor to invite our first public commenter up to the podium, Senator Wendy Rogers.
Mayor, council members, it's my honor to be here. Just came up from the Valley. We were on the floor at the Senate yesterday. The Senate session is still ongoing because we're working on the budget with the governor. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I was briefed on the way up here by the head of DCS. There was a news report out on Fox last night that spoke to the tragic murder of the Havasupai child whose mother brought the body to the hospital. Very tragic. What the misinformation was that I need to clear up from the news, from Fox News in particular, she told me, was that DCS had taken the child from the tribe. That's not true. What happened is the tribe asked for the child from DCS to have in the tribe's custody, the family, and DCS complied. What I was told to set the record straight on is that this is typical. Once a tribe asks for custody of a child who needs to be protected, absolutely DCS complies. And so the head of DCS wanted to update the community here and set the record straight. Different subject, since we're limited on time. As you know, we've worked very hard, the legislature and I, to get different infrastructure projects for Coconino County and Flagstaff. There was no money this year for these things, and I kind of knew that, but I think it's important to state that this is an incremental kind of exercise over the years. And we have to put our foot in the door and ask for these things every year. And what I have done to that effort is run exact bills, one bill for each infrastructure project that I've tried to get us. And so in the future, we have credibility and traction, and that's what I'm trying to do. So my last mention, if I may, I know I'm over time. We did a press conference yesterday at the legislature, at the Senate in particular, that spoke to the corruption and the fraud in state Medicaid access. This has been an ongoing problem. The legislature has led on this, and we have a couple of Senate bills that are working through the system to make corrections, and I can stand for questions on that if you like.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you attending our meeting. We appreciate all of the work that you have done for the City of Flagstaff, and we'll be talking about one of the projects in just a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Ethan, I guess, is going to introduce Summer and talk about the Food Equity Report. Ethan is the Executive Director of the Flagstaff Family Food Center, and you all have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for the time, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Today's really special for us because it marks, I think, a great success, but it's kind of odd because it's success on telling a story that's not so exciting. It talks about a need that is growing and growing in a way that we, as a food bank, struggle to keep up with. Some numbers that we would hang on to in the past were numbers like at the community kitchen or over on 2nd Street, we have a kitchen where we hand out prepared meals. There, in the first 4 months last year, we handed out 141,000 meals. So 141,000 meals in the first quarter. This year, we've handed out 217,000 meals in the first quarter. Compare that to 2019, we handed out 241,000 meals in the whole year. So we have grown and grown, but not in the way that we're proud of or excited about. Now, we are excited about being able to hand the food out to the people who are in need. Those are some of the most beautiful interactions that we have. But there's more to that story, believe it or not. It's not just about meals, it's not just about poundage, but the question is, who are these folks and where are they coming from? Why are they in need, and what are they in need of? What are their preferences? How can we do things better? How can we make this a more dignified experience? An example is, right now we have trays. You might find trays when I was working at Juvie, we handed out food in trays. When I would go home, I would eat food on a round circular plate. One of those is more dignified. And do we have it in our budget at the food center to make that switch? Well, we should consider it if we can offer a more meaningful, dignified experience. That's the approach we took when we collected the data for the Food Equity Report. Now, we have experts here who are fantastic at the data collection and the storytelling, but I wanted to introduce Summer Grandy, who was able to lead this. Please come on up so that we can talk more about what that data looks like, so that you can be empowered as you make decisions in your seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Have to move the mic down after he talks. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm here on behalf of the Food Center, like Ethan said, and the Northern Arizona Hunger Action Partnership, who are all sitting over there, to share key findings from the newly released 2025 Northern Arizona Food Equity Report. Now, I'm going to go section by section through this report, highlighting key details, but I invite and encourage you to look into this report more deeply afterward. And I've sent it to each of you, so you should have access, but as always, email me. So, looking at it, our first section, indicated by the blue that you'll see, is the state of hunger and food insecurity. In this most recent state of hunger and food insecurity, you'll find that food insecurity continues to remain high, like Ethan said. More significantly, our neighbors who are experiencing this the most are children, seniors, and actively working adults. Now, this last point is critical. Work is no longer functioning as a reliable protection against food insecurity. People are working, they're simply being priced out of stability. Even more concerning at the local level is that 66% of the clients surveyed for this report indicate that half or more of their food comes from the food bank, with 11% reporting that without the food bank, they would be unable to meet their family's remaining food needs. That means that emergency food is no longer functioning as temporary relief for many households, but is becoming a part of the long-term survival strategy for working families. You'll see in this report that we're also pointing out our rural neighbors, and that's because they're also relying us in Flagstaff to carry the torch. Flagstaff serves as a regional hub for medical, social, and other services, including food and jobs. And we must take this responsibility seriously. So in this report, we've looked into our rural neighbors and their access to utilities. We've specifically spotlighted the Grand Canyon and the issue of food insecurity there. And we've looked at grocery prices across the region. So next, we have the community perspectives on food insecurity and hunger, which is the light blue section. Now, this section is what makes this report unique. And it's because this report goes beyond looking at flat statistics and data. We had real conversations with clients and community members through this process, and we heard three main things. One is that food access must reflect lived realities. Across this region, differences in geography, infrastructure, living situations, health needs, and work schedules require flexible, context-driven solutions. Food assistance needs to reflect these local realities and not expect people to adapt to rigid systems. We at the Food Center are actively trying to operationalize this approach, but we as nonprofits can't solve these systemic barriers alone. When individuals struggle to navigate housing, state benefits, transportation, healthcare systems, the pressure ultimately falls on emergency food providers already operating at capacity. So the next finding is that choice is central to dignity and trust. We've heard this for the last 2 years we've done this report. Choice matters. The ability to choose foods that align with dietary needs, storage limitations, cultural preferences, or health goals directly support the dignity, trust, and mental well-being of the clients we serve. Food is not just calories, it's culture, it's comfort, and it's autonomy. And when programs preserve choice, they reduce stigma while improving outcomes. So moving forward, you can expect us at the Food Center to uplift this operationally, but you can also expect us to advocate for policies that support this as well. Last finding in this section is that health, hunger, and practicality are in tension. Now, what does that mean? Many individuals facing food insecurity are also actively managing diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, autoimmune disorders, and other diet-related chronic conditions. Given this, healthy food is a priority for these individuals, but it also must be practical. Limited refrigeration, transportation barriers, inconsistent work schedules, and lack of cooking facilities can often force people to make impossible trade-offs when it comes to health and their food. Healthy food that cannot be stored, transported, or prepared consistently is not truly accessible. So moving forward, we suggest that you really look into this section specifically, and because we must take these stories and comments into consideration when we're building food programs and policy. So the next section, let me get there, is especially relevant to you all, and that is because it's policy developments. And it looks like this. So I mentioned this during my last presentation, but policy is now shaping food insecurity in a very direct and immediate way. The recent and ongoing changes to SNAP have had and will continue to have significant consequences across our local community. Here are the policies that I encourage you to follow that will have the deepest impact. So the first one in here is the changes to work requirement. These changes to work requirements in SNAP continue to have a significant impact. You may have seen, but Arizona has seen the largest drops in SNAP participation in the entire country following H.R. 1. And this isn't necessarily because people no longer qualify, but it's because, one, specific state agency level decisions, and two, because the system itself has become extremely hard to navigate. These impacts also have direct effects on child nutrition programs, which we go into, but that includes free and reduced price school meals, including the community eligibility provision, summer EBT, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, and WIC. In other words, food policy is now directly influencing education, healthcare, and child development. Next, we talk about in this that we also lost one of the region's most innovative local food programs, which, bear with me, but it's called the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement. But for your sake, it's also called LFPA. This program allowed local farmers to sell fresh, locally grown food directly to food banks and community organizations. It strengthened local agriculture, supported regional economic resilience, and increased access to nutritious food. As many of you know, Flagstaff farmer Ryland Morton Starner stated, LFPA has helped Forestdale scale up production of fresh vegetables to support important needs in our community. I do not speak alone when I say that its loss is being deeply felt. And lastly, you'll see on this page with our lovely Jason that the USDA has ended its annual Household Food Insecurity Report, which provided annual county-level data on food insecurity nationwide. The loss of this report limits the ability of food banks like us, policymakers like yourself, and researchers to track food insecurity trends over time, identify emerging gaps in services, and allocate resources based on evidence. At a moment when localized data is becoming more important with increased need and decreased food donations, many communities are losing access to the very tools needed to understand this problem. Lastly, the final section of this report, Food Banks and Wellness, focuses on the relationship between food insecurity and health. As the Food is Medicine initiative continues to rise, we wanted to look into this from a client-first approach. And what we found is clear. Many people in our region are experiencing elevated rates of diet-related diseases, yet care deeply about their health. But they face significant barriers to healthy eating, including cost, transportation, lack of time, and inconsistent access to nutritious foods. The report ultimately reinforces three important ideas. First, health outcomes improve when food programs prioritize dignity and client choice. Second, rural communities require different strategies than our urban counterparts because of infrastructure and access limitations. And third, cultural context matters deeply in northern Arizona, especially in indigenous communities where food systems and health outcomes are deeply tied to generations of historical disruption and community resilience. So, I will close by saying this. Food insecurity is not an isolated food problem. It's a housing problem, a healthcare, infrastructure, transportation problem, and ultimately it's a community problem. The solutions, therefore, cannot come from food banks like us alone. They require coordination between policymakers, healthcare systems, schools, nonprofits, tribal leaders, businesses, and others. The encouraging news is that this region has already many of those partnerships beginning to form. Like you'll see in this last section, the road ahead, we've made it easy, what both we at the Food Center need to do, as well as what we need from partners, funders, and policymakers like yourself. Hunger in northern Arizona is not inevitable, and it is solvable. So in addition to sharing this report with you, we also wanted to invite the council and community members, which we have such a huge gathering today. Wanted to invite you all to 2 upcoming regional gatherings. First, the Northern Arizona Hunger Action Partnership is hosting its Q2 gathering next Thursday on May 28th here in Flagstaff, where we'll discuss this report's findings more in depth. We'll talk about regional advocacy priorities, and we'll strategize around summer meals and regional resource navigation. Second, I want you to mark your calendars because the Northern Arizona Anti-Hunger Summit is officially on September 3rd this year, where organizations from across the region will come together to discuss long-term, localized strategies for hunger relief and resilient food systems. We hope you'll join us in both conversations, and I invite you to reach out to us if you have any questions or want to further this dialogue. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the well-being of this community.
Thank you. Ethan, she needs a raise. Joseph Meehan.
Hello. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come here and waste some of your time and some of my breath. I would like to thank Senator Rogers for the work she has done on opening the Pioneer Museum. That is a cause that is near and dear to my heart. I'd also like to point out something in that painting behind you, the Flagstaff, for which our town was named. I appreciate your proclamation. One of the things that might have been left out was the fact that it was actually 150 years ago that that event happened. It was on July 4th of 1876. And the tree was actually a tree. It was not a flagpole. It was a tree that was climbed up, the branches were cut off, and a flag was nailed to the top. Several days later, most likely because of the event that most of the people involved were intoxicated, nobody climbed up to take the flag back down. And the flag became a landmark on the wagon road headed west. We have a unique heritage in our town. We made a town out of an area that was a wilderness at the time, utilizing all of the natural resources in the area, the stone, the wood, everything like that. And that makes our community extremely unique. We've suffered through fires, floods, and a number of other things. And as a result, it's amazing that we're here. In 1976, this is also the 50th anniversary of the excavation at Old Town, and where we rediscovered the town that first grew up here. I am concerned, my main concern here is the new regional plan that has slashed most of the references to preservation. They've gone from approximately 60 sentences involving preservation down to 1. So that is unfortunate. This town relies on the historical heritage to bring people in. Well, let's not just use it to bring people in. Let's respect it and honor it. The sentence that says preserve if possible is really hard. I'm running out of time, so I won't take up more of your time, but I want to leave you with one thing. That flagpole, I'm probably one of only 5 people who can tell you exactly where within 10 feet it was. I can take you to that spot, but it's no longer there because in 1892, a local resident by the name of Old Bismarck cut it down, cut it into 18-inch sections, chopped it up, and took it to the saloons on Front Street and sold it. And that's the history of our preservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phil Skandura.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Scandura, a 20-year resident of Flagstaff. Mayor Daggett and council members, I offer the following facts for your consideration. Fact 1, in collaboration with Habitat for Humanity and architect Carl Eberhard, we have developed a project that brings together two critical Flagstaff priorities: affordable housing and historic preservation. Our project goal is to save the historic El Pueblo Motel, which is in danger of being lost to private redevelopment, and to use the property to provide affordable housing for Flagstaff. We have shared our vision throughout Flagstaff, across Arizona, and with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. We have received resounding support at all levels, with one notable exception. I've met one-on-one with as many council members as possible, explaining the goals, benefits, and needs of our project. Those conversations have been generally positive and encouraging, and I sincerely thank all of you for taking the time to meet with me. I had hoped to formally present our project to the full council as an agenda item, but city staff discouraged me from doing so. Fact 2, tomorrow, the Historic Preservation Commission will be faced with the approving of the demolition of yet another historic downtown Flagstaff building. Personally, I've lost count of how many historic buildings have been demolished in recent months. And if this trend continues, Flagstaff will lose its sense of place, and that should concern all of us. Fact 3, Regional Plan 2045, up for citizen approval on the ballot, has all but eliminated any meaningful discussion of historic preservation. The updated language now states that Flagstaff should preserve historic resources when possible. This is a far cry from the well-articulated preservation goals and policies of the 2030 plan. And finally, fact 4. In just a few minutes, you will hear Mayor Daggett read a proclamation declaring May as Preservation Month in Flagstaff. Now, given these facts, I ask you, as elected representatives of the people of Flagstaff, are we truly doing all we can to support historic preservation, or should we be doing more? Please think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Maring.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Colleen Maring. I'm the Chief People Officer at Northern Arizona Healthcare. And as you know, we have a lot going on in May. Nurses in Hospital Week, we celebrated last week. It's EMS Week this week, so thank your local guardian medical or guardian air medic or nurse. We're celebrating Mental Health Month. Thank you for the proclamation last week. It is AAPI month, and we can't wait for the potluck that we have every year. There's a lot. There's more on this list. But also in May, our annual scholarships and awards banquet. Every year, through very generous participation and donation from the community, we have been able to increase the number of scholarships and awards we offer our colleagues. So our colleagues can already have their tuition reimbursed or paid by us directly on their behalf for their direct tuition expenses, and we do that for about 200 employees annually. But on top of that, these scholarship funds can be used to help with any number of education-related expenses. Perhaps a registered nurse who has an associate's but is going for a bachelor's of science in nursing needs help with childcare for the after-hours classes, and the scholarships and awards can fund that. We see folks completely changing careers through this program and funding time off to make that happen. And we can even offer student loan repayment through this scholarship and awards program. So what's very, very cool about it and special to Northern Arizona, it is funded entirely by community donations, local businesses and individual donors. We even now have former scholarship recipients donating to future recipients, having kind of come full circle through this program. So this year, there were 53 awards given out. I think it was last week or the week before at Little America. They ranged from $1,000 to $7,500 each. And it's a really, really special event where we get to celebrate the upskilling and educational attainment of our colleagues at Northern Arizona Healthcare. So we wanted to not only share the excitement for our colleagues, but also our immense gratitude to our community. We have outgrown the space, so we can't wait to raise more scholarship funds next year and be in an even bigger venue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are down now to proclamations, and the first is National Public Works Week, and something tells me that all of you are here for that. So please join us up here. Is this possibly a record for? So after I read this, we will take a group photo. Some of you in the back may need to get up on your tippy toes. And then someone from the group is going to speak. Public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of City of Flagstaff. The infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are hardworking leaders and community stewards at all levels of government. The dedicated members are responsible for maintaining, improving, and protecting our community's transportation network, solid waste collection, and disposal systems. Public buildings, fleet, and equipment deemed essential and desired for our citizens. It is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and visitors in the City of Flagstaff to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in the City of Flagstaff. The year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. A sincere thank you is extended to all of the city public works professionals that deliver core service for the 700 lanes of roadways, 800 pieces of fleet equipment, 1 million square feet of city facilities, 30,000 solid waste customers, and the management of the regional landfill each day in our community. Thanks to you, the city is in good hands. We appreciate the pride you take in a never-ending work program. Now therefore I, Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week.
Good thing I dragged you.
Who's going to talk? Scott or whoever?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Overton. I'm the Public Works Director. This is about a third of our team, and really this week we celebrate all that they do for our community. As you heard in the proclamation, it is the things that maybe don't always get noticed but are super important. So it is picking up the trash and cleaning the streets and making sure our vehicles and our fire engines and our police cars can hit the road and do their job for our essential employees. Making sure that our facilities are clean and up to date and we can enjoy the spaces we all work in as a city staff and as a community that uses all of the facilities. The testament is to them and the hard work. My job really is easy with their great work and their efforts. We lead them down this path, and what they do every day is pretty remarkable. They put in just over 250,000 hours per year in labor to make sure that everything we have functions the way it does. We're super proud of that. One thing I want to note this year, we are going through our American Public Works Association accreditation. We've been working on this for just over a year, and we are right now in peer review by communities around the country that will evaluate what we all do and what they all deliver in the community to make certain that we do meet a high standard, that it's acceptable in our community, and that we're a best practice type community. We are successful, my hope is, in October to become an accredited agency within the Public Works Association. We'll be one of about 250 across the nation. That's a big deal for this group. That's a big deal for all the professionals that are skilled in whichever trade they bring to the table. So we will have a nice barbecue tomorrow afternoon. We are sporting our new Centennial Route 66 shirts that signify, of course, the Route 66 Festival this year coming into the community. But we thank the community. They let us do what we do every day, but mostly this week, we thank the employees that deliver the hard work and services to the community. So thank you all. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate it.
Overton.
Crowd and Bailey, sorry. Is that first? Ladies first? Always.
Just to be fair, my turn to solid rock. Just to be fair, guys, I got first billing. It's first billing.
It's my turn, Mayor.
It is.
Has to be read. This is the proclamation for Preservation Month. Wait for everybody to get positioned. Whereas Preservation Month was established by the National Trust for Historic Preservation to promote historic places and heritage tourism and demonstrate the social and economic benefits of historic preservation, and to whereas the year 2026 will mark several significant national and local preservation milestones, including the centennial celebration of historic Route 66, an iconic corridor that has shaped Flagstaff's history and identity. And whereas 2026 will also commemorate, I can't even speak, the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, offering an opportunity to celebrate Arizona and Flagstaff's role in national history. And whereas in 2026, Flagstaff will celebrate the reopening of the Pioneer Museum, yay, an institution dedicated to preserving and interpreting the region's history, and whereas it is important to celebrate the contributions to preservation made by dedicated community partners and volunteers, including the Heritage Preservation Commission, and whereas the City of Flagstaff's Heritage Preservation Program was created to protect and enhance the cultural, historical, and archaeological heritage of the city, and now, therefore, I, Lori Matthews, on behalf of Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Preservation Month.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I am Shannon Benjamin. I'm the Assistant Park Manager at Reardon Mansion State Historic Park, and we want to thank you all for officially recognizing May as Preservation Month, and a special thank you to Senator Rogers for her support, her fight to bring money back to Flagstaff and get the Pioneer Museum finally back open this year. We are so excited. Woohoo! When visitors come to Flagstaff, they are drawn to our natural beauty and climate, but they stay because of our unique historic character. Places like Reardon Mansion and Pioneer Museum serve as vital anchors for our local heritage tourism economy. Every year, we help connect thousands of visitors and locals to the story of Flagstaff, our rich history, and what makes Flagstaff unique and special. Visitors stay longer and help support local restaurants, hotels, and other local tourist attractions. Preservation is about stewardship, ensuring that the stories of our city's origins, the people who lived and worked here, and the families and diverse cultures that built Flagstaff are carried into the future. We are so pleased that the City of Flagstaff has made this proclamation to honor that commitment. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the city and the Flagstaff Heritage Preservation Commission to keep Flagstaff's vibrant history alive for future generations. And we invite you all to be part of learning and sharing Flagstaff's history by volunteering at Reardon Mansion and Pioneer Museum. We're always looking for volunteers to help at our front desk, giving tours and with grounds and maintenance services. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh my gosh, yes, please.
Right here, Senator, right here in the middle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much, Senator Rogers.
You guys, it's yours to keep, I think. Yeah, he's got a group.
All right. And I will be reading the proclamation for the day of prayer. So please come join us. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome.
Don't worry about it. There are so many pictures of me, we don't need.
Whereas throughout history, America has faced trials and triumphs, and one tool Americans have used to respond is prayer, seeking courage and comfort, inspiration, and joy-filled celebration. As humans, we're compelled to seek and cling to the light in times of darkness and spread light to those in need. And whereas many leaders have prayed and entreated those they serve and represent to join them. And whereas a National Day of Prayer has been a part of the lives of many since it was declared by the First Continental Congress in 1775, but it is a public law established in the United States Congress in 1952, approved by a joint resolution and amended by Congress and President Reagan with Public Law 100-307 in 1988, affirming that it is essential for us as a nation to pray, and directs the President of the United States to set aside and proclaim the first Thursday of May annually as the National Day of Prayer. And whereas in every state across America, the observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 7th, 2026, and whereas unified prayer is mobilized across America every first Thursday of May on the National Day of Prayer, as neighbors come together to join their hearts and seek light for the city and country where we live, learn, work, worship, serve, and desire all to thrive. And whereas we express our faith and exercise our freedom in prayer, then unite our hearts and voices in personal prayer and public gatherings across America with fervent praise, love, and humble intercession for our neighbor and our nation. Now, therefore, I, Kara House, on behalf of Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby recognize May 7th, 2026 as National Day of Prayer. Take a picture and then.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We appreciate this opportunity to recognize the power of prayer in Flagstaff. My name is Doug Sweet. I'm a pastor at Bridge Church here in Flagstaff and have been in town for about 5 years and have really enjoyed my experience here. The power of prayer is never to be second-guessed. Just today, I had an opportunity to meet with a group of business leaders that were committed to the idea of praying one for another and interceding one for another, just as we do for our city and for our city leaders, for our firemen, our policemen, our first responders, for those in our hospitals, those nurses and doctors that serve us, and for the public works people that serve us, as we recognize today. The power of prayer in my own life personally has been one of dramatic change. When I came to the end of myself and found that I needed to find something bigger than me, something more powerful than me, that could lead me forward into my life, prayer took its place. It has become a daily practice, as it is for all the men standing up here and women standing up here. We desire to intercede for our city. We desire to see the very best for our city. We desire to see our city be prosperous and overcoming the challenges that it faces on a daily and weekly basis. So it's our opportunity and our commitment that we will intercede for you and for our city in prayer. Thank you.
With council's permission, I would like to reorder the meeting and bring, let me find it. Discussion item 12B, presentation and discussion related to the potential renaming of Columbus Avenue. So I believe staff has a presentation, and we will take public comment. So take it away. Thank you. And thank you all for being here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Paul Mood, City Engineer. I'm going to be giving a brief presentation on the discussion regarding the renaming of Columbus Avenue, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Flagstaff High School and Kinsey Elementary School Native American Club to give their presentation. Back in January 2026, several residents spoke in favor of renaming Columbus Avenue due to its negative connotation to the Native community. Hazoning, meaning beauty, harmony, and balance, was a recommended name at that meeting. In February, a future agenda item request was heard through a citizen petition titled "Changing the Name of Columbus Avenue to an Indigenous Representative Name." Michelle John spoke on behalf of the students from Kinsey Elementary School and Flagstaff High School's Native American Club to request that Columbus Avenue be renamed to something more appropriate and reflective of the Native community. Staff began to do our research on Columbus Avenue. It's a 3-block stretch in the downtown area, and it's Fort Valley Road on the west side and then Schweitzer Canyon on the east side. There's 6 affected parcels with addresses on Columbus Avenue. There's a total of 10 addresses that would be affected, and 7 street signs that are effective. I reached out to Public Works to see how much it would cost to replace those street signs, and the number I got back was $11,350, and it's about a 50-50 split between materials and then labor and equipment. We don't have a formal policy on street renaming, but we do have a process. I'm not going to read it all, but it goes through, contacting emergency response, contacting the post office, getting the Public Works to replace the street name signs if we want to. I did write letters to all the addresses that were affected, telling them that we were having the meeting tonight, that they could show up and make comment or send me an email. I did not receive any emails. I don't know if anybody's here. They may or may not have filled out a speaker request card. But if council does desire to rename Columbus Avenue, it's staff recommendation that we rename it to Schweitzer Canyon Drive to provide conformity of street names in the area. Right now, we have 3 different street names in a short stretch, and as staff, we would prefer to have 2. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll turn it over to the Native American Club.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I very much look forward to hearing from the students. I just wanted to ask, specifically in terms to, I know you said that we don't have a policy in place. Have we in the city of Flagstaff ever done a split designation with an official name and a basically an honorary name? Have we done that in the city?
Mayor, Councilmember House, I cannot answer that question. I haven't been here long enough to answer that for you. I don't know if Scott Overton's still here or not. He might know the answer to that.
No, good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Overton, Public Works Director. To speak to secondary names, I'm assuming you're speaking to proper street name as approved, and then there's a ceremonial sometimes sign above. We have seen it limited. We have some in the past that were Arizona Cardinals Boulevard. I don't recall if it was a boulevard or a way, but when the Cardinals training camp was in Flagstaff, we've also seen NAU in kind of a collaborative effort, some segments of roadway that are close to the campus that have had some designation that has been paired. Generally, those have not been long-term. They've always been for a season or for an event or a duration that is much shorter. And I cannot think of one off the top of my head that has been shared for longer than maybe a special event or a season. But we could do some further follow-up. But I don't know of any off the top of my head in that regard.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, no problem.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, for the presentation. Can you expand a little bit on the staff's recommendation for the street name and also refresh my memory on what the other name is and where it's at?
The slide on the side shows on the far left Fort Valley Road, and then the 3 street names in the middle. This is from Google Maps. So the 3 in the middle are Columbus Avenue, and then on the right, far right, it becomes Schweitzer Canyon again. So it would be staff recommendation to rename Columbus Avenue to Schweitzer Canyon Drive, just to keep some more conformity and not have the multiple street names.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Councilmember Garcia asked my question. Thank you.
All right, we're ready for the presentation.
All right, so the Native American Club representatives will be giving their presentation, and I will load it up for them.
Yate shikedo shidene she Riley Shupla yunsha hashklashinisha Kisani Vashishin Kisani Dashishe Tachini Dashinala. Hello everyone, my name is Riley Shupla and I'm the 2026-2027 Indigenous Ambassador for Flagstaff High School.
Yat shikedo shidene she heaven slivers in she zit aki ani nishle dobi patoni abishitin ado midas kisni dashiche kiani a dashinella. I am your 2026-2027 Indigenous Ambassador of Flagstaff High School. Hamitakiapi yat shik edoshidene she ashon arnodinisha tanazani nishle keadana ethipits auto pagisinan bashishin sebehone maitsoi done dashiche beshpichahi dashanale. Hello everybody, my name is Ashlyn Arnold. I am the Native American Club President for Flagstaff High School, as well as and I also sit on board with the site council at my school. I was also one of the former Indigenous ambassadors a couple years ago, and I just wanted to say that it's an honor to be in front of you all today. And today, as shown, we'll be talking about the street name change.
Hello, my name is Michelle John. I am one of the 4th grade teachers at Kinsey Elementary, and I have the Native American Club at our school.
Yat she na dant like I nast ejitabado na kaida ne bashin kitlachini dash che ado a shink dashanella tonali de nashado kwa akantlana dashan. My name is Daryl Marks and I am the lucky sponsor to the Native American Club over at Flagstaff High School.
So those are our teams that are presenting today.
Okay. So these conversations began back in 2020 when our Native American Club over at Flagstaff High School started having this discussion around the Agassiz Peak, right? And they held a press conference. They had Vice Mayor at the time come in and sit in on that press conference and started that discussion about, okay, well, how can we go about restoring that name that the tribes have for that particular peak? Well, we were advised at the time that city didn't have any authority to change the name of the peak, but could go through the city process of changing the name of the street here in Flagstaff. And that's how we ended up with W.C. Riles, right, as it runs through Flagstaff north to south. And so Native American students also started to look at specifically with Flagstaff High School, we have our dormitory students, and we have our students whenever we go to lunch. A lot of them like to make their way up towards Bashes and work through the businesses that are up there, right? Well, every day they're crossing that street, they're looking at that street name. And the students that get to walk back to the dorm are walking past streets that are named after their tribes. And it doesn't rub them the right way, right? It feels a little wrong for them to feel like, okay, well, this is still in my face, and I know that he wasn't in this area. He didn't discover us as Native American peoples, right? We discovered him when he got lost, that kind of thing. Those conversations started happening with our students, and so they wanted to work through this process. They put together a petition, they brought that paperwork here. And they also had these discussions within the room and started having discussions with our sister schools and asking, how do you feel about this? And so that effort was renewed, and of course this year, at the beginning of the year, wanting to make sure that we come to city council and have a proper discussion around what that looks like.
The main question is who are the original people were. There are tribes that living in Flagstaff, Arizona for around thousands of years, the village of Wapatki and Walnut Canyon, and these villages are 800 years old. Some tribes that live in Flagstaff or near Flagstaff are either Dene, Hopi, Havasupai, Halapai, and Kabab, and Van. Of the Paiute Indians, there are 13 federally recognized tribes that all have this area as they call home. They are all the part of the Native American tribes or Indian tribes that live around Flagstaff. The tribes of this area are also traded with tribes from California, Mexico, and what we now call New Mexico. Artifacts from many groups have been found around Flagstaff.
No, I'm pretty sure all of you know who Christopher Columbus is. But Christopher Columbus was an Italian explorer who was born in late 1451. He believed that he could get to the East Indies by sailing west. In the year 1492, the Spanish sailor Christopher Columbus went on a trip that he believed would be a faster way to India. Instead, he landed on the shores of the Caribbean. Columbus did not care about the indigenous people he came across when he landed in the Caribbean. He treated them very badly. Columbus said, "These people are very unskilled in arms. With 50 men, they could all be subjected and made to do all that one wished." Christopher Columbus died sometime like May 20th, 1506. He was celebrated for hundreds of years, but society now acknowledges how badly he treated the indigenous people, and we now celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day.
One of the main quotes we mainly talk about or say is that we have honor with people from streets' names because they did something good in the past.
Okay, so my students were wondering about how many people see the streets in Flagstaff every year. So we kind of broke it down into different categories. And they're all estimates of numbers, but you can see with the residents, we're about 77,000, NAU students, 28,000. The nearby communities, we were looking at Belmont, Williams, Munns Park, and then Hopi and Navajo lands over there. About 5 million tourists a year. So you're looking at obviously over 5 million people driving through our streets every year, and they're seeing the Columbus Avenue name, a lot of them, because they're going up to Snowbowl and Grand Canyon. So you have over 5 million people a year seeing that street name. So my students, when they joined in on this, they were kind of brainstorming street names, and they made street signs of things that they thought were representative of Flagstaff. So you can see them making their street signs. And these were some of the names that they had voted on. And so I think a couple of these we were going to talk about.
So some of them that we chose was Hajon, which means finding beauty and balance in life. Celestua comes from the Hopi language, and it kind of just means like flowers. It's like talking about flower beds. Che, those are our grandpas. Oh, Nejone means beautiful, pretty, or good. Escuela means school in Spanish. Flowers, bluebird, sesame. Those are just other words that the kids have chosen.
So we have some short videos of my students explaining why they chose what they chose. or not.
Hello everyone, my name is Bonnie Ayana D, and I want to change the Columbia sign to fiber because it's a very popular Native American food.
I don't know if you guys could hear that. Am I on the right thing?
Changing it to Escuela Street because it means school, and it's I want to change it because why not? Because school is important for education, and well, people learn more stuff than in one day. That's why I want to change it.
I don't know if you understood him. He was saying, well, escuela means school, and the people with jobs, they can't do their jobs unless they go to school, so it's important. And then,
And I think we should change the street name to Safe Street because you can be safe in that neighborhood. People will treat you with respect and kindness.
so she was saying Flagstaff is safe, so we should honor that by calling a street safe. So-
Some of our final choices for the street name would be Nejona and Hajon. We chose Nejona because Nejona means beautiful, pretty, or good, and Hajon means finding beauty and balance in life. These words aren't just important just because like they're talking about like finding beauty or beautiful or pretty in something. It's important because like it's not only like a word in the Navajo language, but also these words, we chose them because we thought that's how Flagstaff is defined, you know? Like if you're driving, you can see all the trees, flowers, like even in fall, like the leaves changing colors, and it's like very, very pretty. So that's kind of like why we chose these words.
Okay, so we were looking at the presentation and the recommendation of just naming those 3 blocks Schweitzer. And it makes sense to do that, right, because it's such a short span of road. One of the things that I was thinking of, and I'm not really sure why it's doing that on the screen, but when we're looking at the major roads and landmarks in Flagstaff, I was wondering where did these names come from? And so if you look at the red box, all of those names either came from settlers or from military regiments that were in town. And then in the white box, those were kind of like the outliers, if you will. Beaver was named after the animal. Greenlaw, Milton, those were the sawmills. Beulah was kind of the oddball name because it's Hebrew. No one knows where it came from and why it was named here in Flagstaff, but it means promised land. And Sinawa was named that by the explorers that came here, and Dr. Colton actually, when researching the area, he saw the name and thought it was a really cool name and decided to go with it. If you look at the green box, that's the neighborhood that is behind or to the side of Flag High, and those are all the tribal names that are represented there. And then in the last white box, that's the Smoke Rise neighborhood, and you can see the names of the streets in there. And I believe it was in January, Councilmember Spence, you had asked us to research if there were any other names that were maybe not appropriate. Some of those names we were looking at, and we thought they were a little bit maybe warranting a name change as well. But in looking at that data, what I saw was a trend of all the major roads in town, or the major landmarks, are named after settlers. And those are the visible landmarks and streets that everyone in town sees, tourists and residents. But in Coconino Estates, the only people going there are the residents, their friends, their families, and the same thing with Smoke Rise. So the two areas, and there are no other streets in Flagstaff that honor the native people of the area. It's just those two areas, minus the word Coconino. So what we're seeing is that it's only two neighborhoods that are showing representation of the tribes of this area, and only the residents would see that. But the tourists and other people coming through here, they would not see that. They would just see the names of the settlers that moved here.
This is my first time seeing this slideshow. Bear with me. Rrr. Okay. So, talks about trade routes by tribes in the area. So, as they mentioned earlier, that the mountain that sits over here, it's home to 14 plus different nations, just counting Arizona. And so, as Ms. John was saying, that there's only two neighborhoods that represent us, it's baffling because Flagstaff is home to so many different nations. Even my family, we come from up north in South Dakota. And so, I'm fine with not seeing as much representation down here as we would up there. But the original roads in Flagstaff, I believe that, us as the original stewards of the land, we should have, a little bit more representation. Because, everybody knows Columbus, but not everybody knows what he did. And with this street that, we're wanting to change, it's honoring him and the way him and, the ships that he brought to this land, it's honoring the terrible things that they did to us. And, not only Columbus, but all these other people that, have oppressed us for centuries. And highways that honor Native Americans. Oh, okay, yeah. I agree. I hope you guys do too. Okay, so with what we have seen in this presentation, our recommendation is that we rename the Columbus section to Schweitzer, but give an honorary name to the entirety of Schweitzer Canyon Road. And so the highways that honor Native Americans and the original roads in Flagstaff are examples of how we can rename this, and it's maybe kind of like a blueprint for us in this street name to acknowledge the indigenous people of this land.
I do want to say, Councilmember House, you were talking about the honorary road, so obviously that's what we are asking, but those highways also have honorary names, and they're listed over there. So Highway 89 is also named Native Americans Highway, and so on and so forth. I don't think they have the street names, though.
For the future, what we should do in the future for Flagstaff is name streets with kind and nice words. If you are thinking to honor a person, make sure they are a good person. What we should do in the future for Flagstaff is we should have names related to tribes and words like Chief Manuelito. So this is basically saying that we should honor the surrounding tribes and helping have the visitors that come to Flagstaff every year, like what she said, and have them put a good mindset on the streets of Flagstaff. So yeah.
And I just wanted to say something, that when the street name for W.C. Riles was being organized, there were a lot of suggestions. I remember seeing Roberta Blackgoat, who's from Black Mesa, prominent figure within our culture, and then other names from other communities that were put in there, right? Identifying individuals or identifying characteristics or peoples that were suggested. And I remember that was done virtually because that was around, I think, June of 2020. So there might be some record of that like those names that were kind of presented to the community at that time. Any questions?
Excellent presentation, and the work that went into this from beginning to where we are right now, thank you. Thank you for putting in that work. We have a question from Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, all of you, for all the work that you've done, and for those that came before you that put in this work. Daryl, thank you for bringing this forward and organizing this. It brings so much joy to my heart when I see really anybody from the public, but more so school-age folks learning how to work within the process to get things done legally and correctly and to have your voice be heard. And this group in particular does it so eloquently that that's even better, and that shines a great light on you guys and makes our job a whole lot easier to understand and digest some of the wrongs that you guys have felt in the past and how we could do better moving forward. I'm also thrilled that you're amenable in this case to just Xing out Columbus and making Schweitzer Canyon up to 89 or whatever that road's called. I'm slipping my mind at the moment. It makes sense. But I did have a question for manager's office or staff in that with the expansion of John Wesley Powell Boulevard coming, there's a lot of roads that are going to be named something, coming down the pipeline. I don't understand I don't quite yet know how that works all the way around. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can tell me. But my suggestion is not just to take these roads where you could put an honorary road number on or road name on top of it with the Native American name, but what I would like to see moving forward is when we can nudge the developers that own that land or however this works to have, Hasone and Hezo and all the names that were presented to us as an option to put on road names that are undeveloped yet. So that way, up till now, we've named the roads we've named for whatever reason we did, but from this day forward, we make a better effort to be more inclusive with our names through all races and demographics, but especially for the Native Americans that have come here today to express their wishes. Mr. Mood.
Yeah, so Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, yeah, the developers, they typically give the road name suggestions, and we have an addressing department that kind of checks them, if they're in line with a similar name road, like further down to the east or west, north and south. But yeah, we can get the word out to the developers to try to make a better effort.
Thank you so much. That is my direction from this day forward when new roads come. And there's going to be a lot more new roads coming to have a more well thought out process on who we allow as a community to name these roads and the partners that want to work with us for them to understand the importance of that for us. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but I don't want it to take away from the gravity of this situation, but this is truly what democracy looks like when it's done right, and it's all because of you. Thank you.
And you too, Paul. He meant you also in that. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just so proud of these young citizens here in school. You guys really, I hope you realize that you're making a difference. Daryl, always you're behind these great incentives to move forward. I remember the discussions about changing the names of some of the peaks and changing the maps and changing, how to go about that. And your group, your clubs at your schools don't just say something that you want to have done, you do the work behind it. It was very impressive. I was proud to be the one to present the future agenda item request to make Indigenous Peoples Day a paid city holiday. And so it's just, doesn't happen overnight, but there's changes being made in recognition of just trying to recorrect some stuff and move forward. And it just is so warming, like Councilmember Garcia said, to see the younger generation understanding how to get things done, not just you may be complaining about it or wishing something would change, but actually being an activist and doing the steps to get it done and get it done properly. So kudos to all of you, and take that back to everyone in your clubs. And the fourth graders, they had great ideas as well. That's really exciting that they were involved too. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all so much for this presentation. It is a beautiful reflection of all the work that's gone into so many initiatives from your clubs, your organizations, and just a community effort that helps us to do a lot of the things that we've been asked to do over a long period of time. I frequently refer back to, I believe it was an Indigenous Peoples Day celebration just a couple of years ago, where a young representative from the Navajo Nation, I believe, made the comment that it's wonderful that we do land acknowledgements, but we also need to be making that step towards land action. And this is an example of that land action in action actually taking place and moving us forward. The recommendation that I'd have here is really appreciating Councilmember Garcia's comment about, as we move forward with other street names, really being mindful and making those recommendations for alignment with what we've talked about today. Because in the presentation, there was the alignment in that recommendation to make Columbus Avenue Switzer Canyon Drive. My recommendation would actually be to add that measure of the ceremonial naming or the honorary naming of that roadway in its entirety to Hojo Way. And I think that would be a beautiful movement that is not adding too much to, the cost of changing it to Switzer Canyon Drive. It would be that honorary signage that lets us know this is not only the name that we're honoring this with, but also it's a way for us to call or to reflect our call to move from land acknowledgement to land action with a naming that literally means embracing the way of walking in beauty and harmony and living in harmony, balance, and peace. I was doing some research on Hojo and recognizing that it's not just a term, it's not just a word that means beauty or harmony. It's actually a very core principle. And that concept of living in harmony and balance and peace is something that we've heard from the Indigenous communities of Flagstaff for many, many years, and calling for us to take action that moves us in that direction, that restores our connection to the land, restores our connections to peoples who have known this place as home from time immemorial. I think of an earlier comment that we had that said that we made a town out of what was a wilderness. And I just kept thinking as that comment was made, it wasn't a wilderness. It was an area with those trade routes that you described. It was a place that tribal communities and indigenous communities have known as home for all of this time. So reconnecting us to that story and to that narrative and to that truth, I think, is a fundamental action that we can take as a community, and I'd really like to see us move forward in that way. So thank you again so much for bringing this forward and keeping it before our council.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. It's a tough act to follow from going after Councilmember House. But thank you. Thank you for being here. And I used to be a teacher many moons ago and taught 4th grade. And I just love watching this process. And I think this is my 5th year on council. So I've been watching you come and listening and really being supportive of what you're putting forward, and I am supportive tonight. Two things I'm taking away: not only you're courageous for being here tonight and speaking and really making a stand. I so appreciate that. But also, Councilmember Garcia, I do love your idea of making sure that we're thoughtful in our future naming of roads and places and places of importance here in Flagstaff. And to Councilmember House, I do like your suggestion and appreciate you bringing that forward. So again, I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said tonight. I just think it's wonderful that you're here. I love seeing the process, and keep going. Thank you.
I think when Councilmember Matthews said that she was proud of you, like that resonated with me. I'm so proud of you for standing up here, and I know it can be nerve-wracking to stand before council, be on camera, and give a presentation. Maybe you didn't know you were on camera. But it's really wonderful what you did. I would support Councilmember House's suggestion. I like Councilmember Garcia's suggestion. And maybe we can develop a list of potential names that staff can use when working with the landowners along John Wesley Powell Boulevard. And I don't know, maybe the city could even consider the name of that road. Oh, yes, please.
I really agree with what you just said, having like a list of names. Something that I have been thinking about as like I started getting more involved with this movement with the schools is not being so centered on just one tribe. So, a lot of tribes, use like medicinal herbs for like, ways of, keeping that that promise to ourselves of, living that Hajon way and like living in that balanced way through like our medicinal herbs like sage, sweetgrass, Palo Santo, I know some people use. So maybe like having street names that are medicinal. There's so many things that are medicinal to us as like Native peoples. Even, seeing like a certain kind of bird or, seeing our pollinators. What we're doing at the high school or what we've already done is our pollinator pathway is from the dorm to the high school. And it's so that, they start their morning, with all of our pollinators that, bring the flowers to bloom and, keep all these pollinators, alive. And so medicine is everywhere. And so, implementing that into the city and, even having a neighborhood be medicinal way neighborhood, something like that, with like not just focusing on one tribe, because inclusivity, I know myself and others really care about inclusivity. And, with this street name change, having it solely be on Navajo, making it so that, we have more street names that focus around, tribes that are medicinal things that, represent the Paiutes that live here. But it's just a thought. Thank you.
Also, one thing I would like to include is that the pollinator path, as she said, that it stretches from the high school to the dorms. And the dorms kids, they have to like walk to school in the morning. But when they are walking with the pollinators, we pray for them in our prayers so that they're protected, so nothing bad happens to them. They're able to get to school safely and that they're able to continue their education in a safe manner and their education stays good.
Councilmember.
So, having said that, there's hundreds of streets that will need to be named off J.W. Powell, so you have your summer homework to do to start compiling a whole list that you can submit to the city so we can share it with the developers, so.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. As you were speaking about just those possibilities, I was reminded of, and Vice Mayor, you may know about this too, there was a proposal a while ago from, I don't know if it was part of the Downtown Business Alliance or, but I know it was brought forward by the current chair of the Commission on Diversity Awareness, Manny Hernandez, about waymaking signs in association with places around town and tying that to the indigenous history and heritage, recognizing the different tribes and moving that conversation forward as well. So it is something that has been presented as a concept to bring it to not only more places throughout Flagstaff, but also to recognize more of those different communities that have known this place as home and include those namings. So I just wanted to raise that as well for the rest of council.
So staff, do you have what you need from us?
Mayor and council, thank you. Yeah, I think I have direction. We would start the renaming process for Schweitzer, from Columbus to Schweitzer Canyon Drive. Just be aware that it is a 60 to 90-day process when we go through all the post office and 911 and everything. So I'm probably thinking this be done sometime in the fall. We will hopefully work with city manager, finance, public works. Maybe we can find some extra money left in this year's budget to get the signs ordered so it doesn't hit next year's budget. But yeah, we can start the process.
Great. And if having a ceremonial or honorary name on the signs is outside of the city's budget, because it's not something that you were prepared to do, maybe the council could consider our initiative funds for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. And again, we'll get quotes and we'll keep you guys updated. And you did say to this group, if you can get a list of names to us as soon as possible, because those projects along John Wesley Powell are moving fast, that'd be very helpful as well.
Thank you. Joanne, you had your...
Mayor, Council, I was just going to just state that we'll bring back the discussion on the street names and working with developers. I think it's a little more complicated.
Yeah, a little.
So that's something, just let us discuss internally and bring it back. But the rest sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We got this. All right, thanks. And then
Make sure all of your parents watch the video clip of your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we are jumping back up to council liaison reports. And I will start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I had two liaison meetings. One was the Indigenous Commission, and we talked about some upcoming events, but the majority of our meeting was talking about, the commission was asked to give input on the Graduate, the development coming in downtown where the old jail / city hall / police station was. And the consensus of that group felt like, because of the memories and what it represented and just the trauma that a lot of people went through, that their preference was that the building be torn down and maybe saving a brick or two, but more importantly, having pictures with the stories and a walking tour so that people don't forget or learn about our history in that way, but definitely removing that bad memory was a preference altogether. Also, I attended the Airport Commission meeting, and the biggest highlight was the airport just submitted an $800,000 Small Community Air Service Development Grant, which is utilized to attract additional airlines to help them offset first-year revenue expectations. And it's a really strong grant, we believe. We have not only, we have match funds from local community members and stuff to about 44% of the ask, and we have 2 other regional airports giving letters of support, 2 airlines, and a handful of just community and business members. So we're very hopeful that we will hear some good news by July or August. That would be really significant in us attracting. The last 2 years when I went to the last conference, when we spoke to different airlines, they all asked if we had that funds. So it was really important if we get it to help us bring in another airline. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had a Parks and Recreation update, our commission meeting yesterday, and it was a whole lot of review of a couple of different parks that we have in the pipeline. First of all, Highland Mesa Park, we had a review, and that park is the one that's over there near Highland Mesa Boulevard, kind of backs the Staples building and is next to the Mountain Trail Apartments, or Woodcrest, and down the street from the Woodcrest Apartments. Some plans are in action for that. The Cheshire Park expansion conceptual plan was discussed, and this is to expand beyond where the park is now. The conceptual drawings for a well-needed grass sports field were presented. This will give us 116 by 70 yards of field on approximately 9 acres of improvement area. This includes a 5-lane running track that has 400 meters in length. And the PROS has $1.5 million for the project, but is looking into a federal match that is currently a really viable grant, and we have our fingers crossed on obtaining that as the process goes through. I'll keep us updated on that one. The improvement will also include about 73 new parking spaces for the types of activities that will happen on that field. We are still a ways away on this project, so community participation in drawing up of getting community feedback will occur after the grant funding match is secured, and so that should be within the next year or so. We also mentioned that summer events are coming up, and I think one of the highlights of my summer is the concerts in the park. We'll start off next month, and you can see numerous diverse and unique performances in a huge variety of our neighborhood parks throughout the city. And I think this year we got one back in Bushmaster Park, which everybody was really excited about. So let's see, what else do we have here? The 4th of July drone show will be an all-hands-on-deck parks event, one of their huge events for the year. There will be pre-reservation paid parking opportunities potentially at Sanawa Middle School. So go to the PROS website and figure out the best mode of transportation getting over there, because there will be some street closures. So you're going to have to really, make your plan for the amenities that will be offered, which looks like a partnership with Mountain Line coming from the Dillard's parking lot at the Flagstaff Mall. There will be some lines running directly to the event from there, and also that big parking area over at NAU. It looks like we have some Mountain Line buses that'll be trekking people across to Fox Glen Park from there as well. There'll also be some ADA compliant parking, so get in touch with PROS or look on their website for that. Touch a Truck event will be happening next month sometime, which is a huge one for me since I've been in transportation my whole life. I just love seeing the kids' faces light up around stuff that I was blessed to be have the ability to drive for so many years, and maybe inspire them to want to take that same field of work in their lives. There was also, let's see, a software update on the PROS system. Kaizen software systems are it's currently being put into work, and it's going to make things easier for people signing up for events, as well as a whole list of other type of things. And that's all we have for today. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All of my council liaison meetings are next week or later this week, so I don't have much to report. However, within the past 90 minutes, our Economic Vitality Division Director released the April 2026 Economic Vitality Division Report, and within that is a Tourism and Visitor Services section with tourism metrics and marketing stuff. There's a good bet that a lot of that information will be divulged and discussed during Thursday's Tourism Commission meeting.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I am the liaison to the BPAC Commission, and I was honored to give opening remarks this morning for the Multicultural County Park Sculpture Exhibit. And if you have not been out there, please be sure to check it out. It's a park over by Willow Bend. And I was joined by Liz Archuleta, Geronimo Vasquez, Rose Tohi, and the artists. There were five of them. And I just want to do a quick shout out to the selection panelists. They spent a lot of time on this project, and of course the artists, the staff that helped out with the event, and the Beautification and Public Art Commission, Indigenous Commission, and the Commission on Diversity Awareness. And from Coconino County, I do want to do a thank you to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council, Hispanic Advisory Council, and the African Diaspora Advisory Council. It was a great event. The art is amazing. Please be sure to go out there. Let's see, Thursday I have two commissions. One of them is the Mountain Line Board, and that's at 8 a.m. out at the DCC. And at 4 p.m. here in Council Chambers, we will be having the Water Commission.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Just noting that myself and Councilmember Matthews were also at the...
Thank you.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there. It was a wonderful opening exhibit, and it's always wonderful to join that. I also wanted to just acknowledge that the chair of the Commission on Diversity Awareness also served on the selection committee on behalf of that commission this year and was in attendance, and I know that is a joy for members of the commissions to be able to work on. The Commission on Diversity Awareness meeting unfortunately had to be canceled last week, and we are working on rescheduling that, and I believe the Housing Commission meeting will be later this month on the 28th. So we'll look forward to that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make you all jealous, the June meeting of the Open Space Commission, instead of meeting inside at the Aquaplex, we are going to be having a field trip. So I will be attending that and report back what we discover. Thank you.
All right, nothing from me. We will move down to appointments. We have two appointments to the Beautification and Public Art Commission, and the first appointment is Vice Mayor.
Thank you. There were a lot of great applicants, and I just enjoy reading about everyone and seeing the interest in our city. I would like to reappoint Claire Edelman Heath She is a landscape architect here in town, and her knowledge is unbelievable, and she adds such a different twist on conversations during the BPAC meetings. So I am happy to motion that we reappoint her.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I am the next one. And I'd like to thank applicants who you can tell really put a lot of thought and effort into their applications and give you a chance to get to know them through their application. And so I would like to appoint Abigail Callan to the commission.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're moving down to consent agenda, and I believe, Councilmember Spence, you had an item that you wanted to pull?
Yes, I would like to pull item 9B, as in baby, from the consent.
All right, anyone else? So if I can get a motion to approve consent items A, and C.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Spence, did you have a question about this item?
Yes, in reading over the material in our packet, there was no mention of the electric supply line to Fort Tuthill well number 2. I favor the contract that's up for consideration. I'm sure the engineering work that needs to be done will be well done by this contractor, but my question is, in terms of fire hardening our asset, well number, Fort Tuthill well number 2 is clearly in a forested area and at risk of wildfire. So I'd like to ask staff for a report on what is the electric transmission line starting from the APS supply line to Fort Tuthill number 1 pump house, and then from the pump house out to Fort Tuthill number 2. Is it overhead? Is it buried? What is the risk of fire damage to this asset?
Thank you. My name is Justin Emmerich, and I'm a project manager with Water Services, and I'm also a Flag High graduate. And I would just like to say thank you for that question. The existing Fort Tuthill pump house number 1, which serves well number 1, which was drilled back in 2007 and has been online and producing water since 2010, is one of our best producing wells. And the electric supply that serves that building has been there since that time, and that's the service that's going to also supply well number 2. So we're going to use that existing 600 amp service to also supply well number 2. And all of those conductors are going to be installed underground for the entirety of the 2,600 feet between the building and where well number 2 is now currently located. So you'll see that there's a step-up transformer that's going to step that voltage up from 480 volts to 2,300 volts, and that's going to go through the underground conduit and then down hole another 1,800 feet to get down to the motors that are down in the hole. So all of that infrastructure will be underground.
And what about the supply line from the APS takeoff point to the pump house?
So that's already installed, and that's what's serving well number 1 currently. And that comes right off of some feeder lines that shoot right on past Fort Tuthill. Those overhead transmission lines that parallel 89A, those lines have been in service and supplying that well since we built it all those years ago.
So I still don't quite get, is it overhead or undergrounded from the high voltage supply line, APS supply line, to the pump house? Is it
That's a good
buried?
question. So the existing pump house right now is sort of situated very close to an existing APS substation. I'm not sure if you can recognize it from the road, but you'll see like a structure that is a cinder block sort of structure that houses APS's gear. And those transmission lines that go on past are associated with that, that substation. And we are located about 50 feet to the north of that substation. So all the cables that come into our building come right down off the pole, they underground right into our building. So that's a good question. And all of the electrical overhead infrastructure, that's all managed and maintained by APS. It belongs to them, so they maintain it.
Thank you. I'm glad there's been forethought put into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, can I get a motion to approve consent agenda item 9B?
I would like to move to approve consent item 9B.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving down to routine items. Next up, we have consideration and adoption of resolution number 2026-19 and ordinance number 2026-11. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Services Director. I'm also joined here with Jessica Kittleson, who could not be here in person. She's our Customer Service Director here at the City of Flagstaff, as well as several staff members from our City Attorney's Office, Planning and Development, and our Code Enforcement staff to help answer any questions you may have today. The item 10A is related to our short-term rental, or STR, fees and update to city code. Since our first read a couple weeks ago, staff has still been looking at the code, and we do have a couple recommendations for small edits to add to the code for your consideration. The first item is under, let me get it open here, is under section 312.001.007 prohibited uses. Working with city code and legal and customer service, we recommend adding the language for an outdoor lighting standards to the applicable laws and rules that we want our short-term rentals to follow, just so it kind of stands out to those residential renters of what they'll be required to do with their homes related to lighting in their residential properties. A second one that we just discussed recently is under the background checks required section, section 12. We recognize that we omitted a important phrase here after the word justice. We should have added the words, and we asked to insert, to confirm such person is not identified as a sex offender. It's a very, we just missed a little bit of a term in that sentence. So we're recommending we add that also. Should council accept these edits, we would ask that council adopts the resolution 2026-19 with recommended changes. And so with that, we do not have any presentation today, but we are all here available for any questions council may have.
Thank you. Council, questions? Comments?
Mayor, I'd like to accept the recommendation from staff and then adopt resolution number 2026-19.
Do we have public comment?
Are there any comments on it?
Oh, yes.
My bad.
Yes, there are. Ron Doba.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett and council members. Ron Doba,
2659 South Cotton Rose Lane in the Juniper Point subdivision. We're in a fairly new subdivision. It just got built out, phase 1, and we have approximately 25 to 30% STRs, depending on how you count the ones with the ADUs that are renting their units out as 2 STRs. But we support the updating of this ordinance without a doubt, and we appreciate everything that the city's trying to do to obtain better management of the STRs that we have in the city. I do have a comment on the updates with regards to the section that deals with the posting on the property. That's section 312.001.0009. And certainly everything that we have identified in there, the seasonal parking restrictions, the outdoor fire pit restrictions, waste and recycling containers are absolutely must-haves in there. But we have some other issues out there that really we're dealing with on more of a day-to-day basis that are kind of no-brainers when it comes to anybody who's driving, and that has to do with parking on sidewalks, obstructing sidewalks. That's a violation of state statute. The other is parking right next to fire hydrants, which is also a violation of state statutes. And this happens frequently out there. And it would be good if we could be proactive and have that identified in this posting that's going to be in all those STR units. The other concern that we do have is we have our mailboxes are the gang type mailboxes that provide mail service for the entire subdivision, and we have a parking issue there sometimes. I wasn't able to find actually that it's a violation of any laws to park in front of a mailbox, but it would be nice to have something like that included in the posting as well. Keep the mailboxes open, stay away from the fire hydrants, and don't park on the sidewalks. So that's really all I wanted to address, Mayor. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Do you have an HOA?
We do have an HOA. However, the property owners do not have anything to do with the management of the HOA until all of the phases of the development are completed. Because we still have, they're working on phase 2 right now, and you know we anticipate when that's complete, we're probably going to have another 25 to 30% additional STRs out there in the neighborhood.
And are there anything under the current CC&Rs about parking in front of the, because it seems like some HOAs have regulations against parking in front of those
The mailboxes?
mailboxes.
I would have to double check, Mayor. It might be, but I don't recall reading them. I've gone through the CC&Rs. I guess our request is to, as I said, be proactive, have it on this posting that people see when they walk into them, into the STRs, because usually there'll be like 4 or 5 vehicles that'll pull up in some cases. Some of these STRs have occupancy limits that go up to 22 people. So we have several vehicles that come up there and they all get together and rent them. And, you know, they're there for an event that's taking place here or something like that. But they need to be reminded about the parking rules, like not parking next to a fire hydrant. I mean, I've lived with that my whole life, and I can't understand why people continually park next to fire hydrants out there. And maybe if they, and we have called the police department in the past and they've responded, but maybe we wouldn't have to do that if we reminded them as they entered these locations.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Doba? Thank you very much. Councilmember House has a question for staff.
Yeah, thank you, Rick, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Doba, for your comments. I'm wondering if those are things that would be easily added as amendments to what's been done. Would it have to come back, or could we note that those are going to be amendments that are made and accept them under the motion to accept with amendments?
There's a couple ways we can go about it. If we want to add specific language tonight, we can work on that and add with the amendments we recommended earlier. But also within that section for posting on the property does allow the Management Service Director, myself, to include additional information as found necessary to post within the short-term rental posting. So I could take this direction away and work with Reggie and his team and talk about what would work better in our notifications that are posted in their sites.
Any other questions? I have a question, and I don't know why I'm not remembering this. And maybe our regulations are superseded by an HOA, but when we passed the ADU policy, didn't we require that one of those units be owner occupied?
Mayor, Council, Michelle McNulty, Planning and Development Services Director. That is correct. One of the two or three, if there's two ADUs, one attached and detached, has to have an owner occupied if it's going to be used as a short-term rental.
All right, and so I've been looking through this for that. Does this include that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, that is under section, the prohibited use section, talking about accessory dwelling units. But it is, there is like a set date that begins, which is set as on or after September 14th, 2024, when the codes changed.
Okay, so meaning that if there's a house and an ADU that existed before September 14th, 2024, they are not required.
They're grandfathered in, yeah.
Okay, and how will we differentiate, how are we keeping track of that and making sure that the newer STRs include that information?
I can answer that. So our STR software does include if it's an ADU or if it's the main structure, it can identify on the listing. And if we receive an application for an ADU, we're able to distinguish, and we don't issue licenses to both properties. I did go through several of the listings in this area. And so if there are properties, I would encourage the homeowners to report to us if they are being rented separately as a violation.
Thank you. I had another question, and that was about the occupancy. I remember that question has come up a couple of times, and I don't remember hearing back from staff about whether our zoning regulations dictate that as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Reggie Eccleston, Code Compliance Manager here at the City of Flagstaff. For the occupancy, that's one of the most difficult things as a code compliance officer to enforce. Part of it is because our International Building Code allows occupancy based on a calculation of the square footage of the home. And so that's how you get into those high numbers, because it's based on square footage. And so the other challenge is if we see there's a high occupancy being advertised, we go into the assessor or the building plans to find out what the actual square footage is, calculate it to ensure that there's not advertising, falsely. The other challenge is if they are, we don't really know, because we can't do a head count. First of all, code compliance isn't there late at night. PD obviously has other responsibilities We get reports that there might be a large group there that potentially could be more than the occupancy limit, but it's a very difficult thing to prove. And so one of the things that we are hoping, if all of this passes and we do get some additional staff, that staff will be dedicated more to short-term rentals, so we'll have a more efficient as well as more coverage to determine different violations at the short-term rental. So we're actually in the process of putting together a plan. I've got some literature that we're going to utilize if we get a new staff that they can technically use, the notices of violation for those that haven't gotten their license yet, but it'll be more of a day-to-day occurrence during the day as well as some evening coverage, and then we'll be able to do some weekend coverage as well, because that's been the challenge that we've had up to this point.
And are we or will we check the square footage versus what they're advertising
Yes.
as their, okay,
Yes. We're doing that currently.
okay. So, in addition to the two things that Rick brought forward, there's the inclusion of no parking on the sidewalk and no parking in front of mailboxes and fire hydrants. Did I capture it all? Okay.
Mayor, just to clarify, you want that added to the code as it stands, or you want me to administratively direct staff to add those to the notices going forward?
Is there a compliance difference in the two approaches?
Mayor, it's something that you can just go ahead and have staff administratively do. It doesn't have to actually be in the ordinance itself. Under the notices section, if whoever makes the motion just says, including the direction to staff on the parking points, that would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, just to add, we do have, Heidi just pointed out that we do have a document that we provide to short-term rental owners with good neighbor guidelines, and we can also add this language to that as well.
Thank you. All right. So Councilmember Garcia, would you like to make your motion?
Yeah, sure. I was just making sure everybody got their, got all the air out of them. Yeah, I'd like to adopt resolution number 2026-19. With the amendments that the mayor made? No?
With the direction to staff to include the points made about parking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with the recommendation to the staff, or
With the direction to staff to include the points on parking.
with the direction on staff to include the points on parking. Thank you.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And then, so that was to adopt the resolution, and now we need a motion to read the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to read ordinance number 2026-11 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title III Business Regulations by adopting by reference that certain document entitled 2026 Short-Term Rental Code Updates, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
And a motion to adopt the ordinance?
So moved.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Now, thank you. Moving down to B, Consideration and approval of contract addendum to adopt the Creative Flagstaff scope of work and price.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Jana Weldon, Beautification Arts and Sciences Program Manager. I'm here on the motion to approve the contract amendment number 1 to the contract with Creative Flagstaff. This amendment is the yearly addendum that outlines the grant-making and programming for the proposed funding that we have this year. Last week in the work session, you heard about the annual report that covered FY26. So this is the proposed for FY27. I do not have a presentation per se because I believe the addendum itself, which you have, is very detailed from Creative Flagstaff about all the programming that they propose to do for the funding. But there are some differences from last year, just a few, and I want to highlight them to you. But first, a little bit on the type of funding. This contract is entirely supported by the Bed, Board, and Beverage funds, designated by ordinance for the Arts and Sciences program. This fund is vulnerable to a fall off in tourism and residents being more frugal with eating and drinking in Flagstaff's fine establishments. Another vulnerability is that 40% of the funding of this contract is one-time funding, meaning it isn't projected to be available year after year like ongoing funding. This isn't new. This is the way this contract has been supported in the past, but it does make each year vulnerable to the revenues from the BBB tax. The amount of the FY27 contract amendment is, with a little rounding, $1,011,000. This is down $115,000 approximately from last year. What isn't funded to the same level as last year is ArtX. The cuts were made here because ArtX is a larger festival is a biennial, and FY27 is its off year. We just had the 3-day biennial here in 2026. In FY27, it will be smaller events, basically occurring over 6 First Fridays. So that's why we chose that area for the cuts for this year. And maybe there won't have to be cuts for next year. We'll have to see. The general operating, support grants, which are the meat and potatoes for the arts, sciences, and culture nonprofits, we have increased that modestly from $490,000 to $500,000. The innovation and capacity project grants, these are project grants versus general operating support, that funding's remaining the same. I wanted to point out that 75% of the contract total is for the grants and the grant administration. The administrative cost for the grant remains at 15%, which is very competitive. A lot of grant-making agencies are going up to 18%, but we've kept Creative Flagstaff at 15%. So just know that $675,000 total in grants pass directly through to the nonprofits. As stated previously, events outside of ArtX Biennial, the workshops and exhibitions are largely the same as the dynamic programming that Julie Koenig presented last week in her annual report. Though, of course, the specific, exhibitions or workshops change. We don't do the same exhibitions every year. For example, last year, it was the Route 66 exhibition that kicked off FY26, and for FY27, it's Night Visions, which will kick off the exhibition cycle. But I would like to point out some newly added programming for this year, which is multi-generational programming. There's a new after-school program and a new interactive space within the Coconino Center for the Arts Youth Exhibition Gallery. And with that, my comments are over, and I'm ready for your questions.
Councilmember Z, any questions? All right, that was a great presentation last time around, and I know that we're all very supportive of Creative Flagstaff, so I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the contract addendum with Creative Flagstaff to establish the FY scope of work and price of $1,011,250 and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving down to the regular agenda. A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2026-21. And this is the IGA between the city, county, FMPO, or Metro Plan.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Paul Mood, City Engineer. This is a IGA amendment to include NAU in the IGA with Metro Plan in the city and the county. A little bit of history. Metro Plan created in 1996. The purpose was to create an intergovernmental planning organization. In 2019, it became a separate entity, and they operate independently through an intergovernmental agreement. Again, the membership has been amended before. There have been changes to the executive boards to include ADA and NAPTA. This next bullet is a little bit backwards, but in 2023, Metro Plan actually asked NAU to join and didn't really hear back until recently, so that's why it's kind of taken so long. And then before you tonight is a IGA amendment, and it incorporates all the prior amendments and includes NAU on the executive board the same way NAPTA and ADA are. And this is the first step because the county is hearing the IGA at 6 o'clock tonight. So we're beating them to the punch by a little bit. Yeah, why include NAU? They're an important key stakeholder, part of our area. I mean, very large population of students, and it's recommended that council approve the IGA amendment to include NAU. And Kate Morley's here as well if there's any questions.
Council, do you have any questions for Paul or for Kate? I don't see any, so I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would like to move that we read resolution number 2026-21 by title only.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an amended and restated intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the purpose of including Northern Arizona in Metro Plan.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2026-21.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving down to B, this is a resolution approving the City of Flagstaff's consolidated plan and authorizing its submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Hello, Christine.
Hi, how's it going? Christine Pavlik, Housing and Grants Administrator for the City of Flagstaff Housing Division. Thanks for having us here. I was going to open up our funding recommendations just because so many folks were gone last time, but you have them in your packets and I can open them up if you need. But our first item is to ask for your approval of submission of our 5-year consolidated plan. It's a required document from HUD in order to continue our Community Development Block Grant Program. And then our second item is to ask for your approval of the submission of our annual action plan. So So that consolidated plan covers 5 years, and we're also hoping to submit our year 1 annual action plan. This tells HUD what we're going to do with this year's funding. The 5-year plan tells HUD what we hope we might do with all 5-year funding. So I'm here if you have any questions. Our wonderful consultant from Civitas is online if you have any questions about their methodology and how they came about with their recommendations for the consolidated plan. We're happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember House.
No questions for you or comments for you. I already checked in with you on that. I'm just wondering, are we able to take these items together or do we have to do them separately?
We do need to take them separately, sorry.
Good question, thank you.
Okay, that was easy. Any other questions? All right, if none, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to read resolution number 2026-23 by title only.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the City of Flagstaff Community Development Block Grant Program year 2026 through 2030 consolidated plan and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
And a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2026-23.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Christine. Now, if we could get a, hold on, the second motion.
Mayor, I'm ready.
Yes, please go.
Mayor, I move that we read resolution number 2026-23 by title only. Or 24.
2-4, yeah.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the City of Flagstaff Community Development Block Grant Program year 2026 Annual Action Plan allocations and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2026-24.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
All right, item D is consideration and adoption of a resolution of the, approving the intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and City of Flagstaff for the application for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Allison Hughes, Support Services Section Director for the Flagstaff Police Department. This is a pretty straightforward grant partnership opportunity between the city and the county. This is federal JAG funding, Edward Byrne Memorial Grant funding, which is allocated based on violent crime reporting. Because of how the formula works, Flagstaff is considered a disparate jurisdiction, which basically means the city receives a larger allocation, but the county carries a significant share of the prosecution and incarceration costs, which related to those crimes. And because of that, we are required to apply jointly. As part of the joint application, the city would serve as the fiscal agent, and if awarded, would transfer the county's allocated share of $8,352 through the intergovernmental agreement. For the city's portion, we are proposing to use these funds for less lethal equipment and related supplies. The county's proportion supports similar less lethal readiness, which is especially important in rural areas where deputies may be operating alone or significantly farther from backup. At the end of the day, this is really about giving officers more options in high-stress situations. When officers have more tools available, it creates more opportunities for de-escalation, better decision-making, and ideally safer outcomes. And I am here if you have any questions.
Council, any questions? Comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we read resolution number 2026-22 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the application for the Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, Program FY 2025 Local Solicitation SFDA number 16.738.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2026-22.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. City Manager, please proceed.
Mayor and Council, we are here this evening to discuss the use of the remainder of the $1,500 in the Council Initiative Fund. When we met last, it was asked that I contact NAH to see if there were some opportunities for contributions towards their mental health matters work that they're doing this month. And I do have an opportunity to present to council, and it is sponsoring the movie that will be on May 28th at Klein Library, and it's titled, it's an Evening of Resilience, and the movie is Blind AF, a documentary featuring Paralympic champion and Army veteran Sean Cheshire, and then there will also be a panel discussion. And the hope is that if council does decide to sponsor this, that they could use it to obtain other sponsors that evening for this, this fund. And then it will go towards the Mental Health Matters for First Responders Fund.
Thank you. Councilmember Spence.
I have had the pleasure of seeing this movie in the past, and I highly recommend it. And I fully support our using our remaining council initiative funds for this. The protagonist in this movie is a local Flagstaff resident. She is what she was, a first responder, was injured on the job, and continues to live in our community. So I think it's a wonderful way to bring all of this together, and I support are doing this.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this. I'm wondering, is there a specific amount for the sponsorship level or sponsorship of the movie?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Sweet, it's a lot more than the 1,500. So I think the thought is that they would say that City Council is putting funds towards this and then ask for private donations during that time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I missed that in your speech, so thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Just wanted to say thank you, City Manager, for looking into this further, and thank you to council for the support if we move forward with it. Do I need to make a motion? Sure. Okay, so I move that we allocate $1,500 of the Council Initiative Fund to sponsorship of the Blind AF Films screening at Klein Library with NAH.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very
Thank you.
much. And we are at 0 now. Okay, discussion items. 2026 Safe and Effective Wildfire Response.
All
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Vice Mayor, how are you? Nice to see everybody. We realize, I'll just address the number of slides. We realize there are quite a few in this presentation, but everyone that is presenting tonight has been doing a little bit of a road show with presenting around wildland fire recently, so I think it's something that we should be able to get through effectively and efficiently, but also we won't be rushed while we're doing that. First, I want to introduce a few of our guests. We've got Trueheart Brown and Matt McGrath from the Forest Service, Jenna Ortega, Climate Program Manager with the Sustainability Division, Robert Rickey, Science and Operations Officer with the National Weather Service. And then online, we have Laura Blau with she's a senior fellow with IBHS. Laura, are you with us? Can you give us a sound check? I think Laura's still there. Yeah, okay. Hi, Laura. I see you trying to unmute. So, Laura, thanks for joining us.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Check. Hello, everyone.
Great to have you. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you here in a little bit when we get to the IBHS portion of our presentation. Let me make sure that I'm moving through here. So as we move into this time of year, everything we do is designed to enable conditions for local risk reduction. All of our operational personnel are on-duty personnel. Go through an annual wildland fire refresher training. The Flagstaff Fire Department has 7 wildland fire engines, excuse me, 2 water tenders, and 9 full-time wildland fire management program staff. And then our 24-hour shift personnel, they are our main suppression resource, and all go through an annual in-depth refresher training, each member meeting a national standard. And this is considered an exceptional level of planning at a municipal level and affords us a pretty high level of preparedness. This helps us, but we still need to, beyond that, we need to connect our typical cycles and operations to effectively mitigate against catastrophic conflagration wildfire like we've seen in the Palisades, and must look beyond workforce training and just development. Mitigating wildfire at the home and neighborhood level has to become the priority, connecting the social and the operational, which we'll talk a little bit more about this evening. This time of year, we start having our weekly preparedness calls every Monday at 1 o'clock. This last Monday, we moved into a stage called Very High. We're used to seeing those signs on the side of the road, usually by a Forest Service ranger station. These regional restrictions calls, we're able to have discussions and move in and out of restrictions. This Thursday, we're gonna move into a stage 1 fire restriction for the city and for the Coconino. And I'll let our partners from the Coconino talk a little bit more about that as they get up to discuss their piece. But that allows us to make decisions based on preparedness-based weather and resource indices, severity staffing, things like red flag warnings, available resources in the region, and fire activity. One of the big questions we get this time of year is, let me move this presentation, is where are all the air tankers? Well, they're closer than what we typically might think. Some type of aviation resource is usually no more than 30 minutes away, either in Flagstaff, Prescott, Sedona, or Winslow. The city's not involved in making those aviation decisions, but Airport Director Brian Gall has been instrumentally involved lately in working on an agreement with the Forest Service to make us a better host for those resources as we move into the heart of what we'd consider our fire season. Always an important topic and tough to forecast due to regional and national demand. I'm going to move ahead into Robert Rickey, Science and Operations Officer for the National Weather Service. And we'll go through the National Weather Service weather briefing, move through the Forest Service, and come back to some of the city initiatives.
It's up there. Oh, sorry. Boom. All right. Well, thank you very much. Again, I'm Robert Rickey. I'm from the National Weather Service office here in Flagstaff, and I was just going to give you a quick rundown about really what weather we've seen so far this year and what that forecast is for the next few months. Main thing is we got a couple positives and we have some negatives in there. One good thing is that we've had some pretty significant improvements in the drought since last year, which I'll show. Snow, though, I'm sure everyone here is aware, we've had a pretty significant snow drought really across like the western United States this year, and Flagstaff is no exception to that. In fact, as of the end of April, we're really the fifth lowest snowfall total as measured at the airport, which I'll show that as well. But with that said, it's actually interesting because we did have a pretty wet fall, and if you take that rainfall that we got in the fall, you take some of the rain we got this winter as well as some of that snow, you melt that snow down and see how much liquid is actually falling from the sky. We're actually doing pretty well. We're about an inch ahead of normal through the end of April in terms of the amount of actual liquid falling from the sky, just not falling as snow. Then we'll talk about the weather outlook, but basically May we're leaning toward above normal temperatures, and there's really no strong signal for the rest of this month in terms of how much precipitation we'll get, but there is some hope. The Climate Prediction Center thinks there is an enhanced chance that we could have above normal monsoon season this year. Then finally, I'll just show you a quick look at what that wildfire potential is, and basically the state's going to be covered in red really from now until the beginning of the monsoon season. So this is what the drought looks like. The panel on the right for 2025 shows the state, a lot of red colors, a lot of dark red colors. That's very severe drought. On the left-hand side is this year, and you can see a lot less red out there. So only 25% of the state remains in what we categorize as a severe or worse drought compared to about 90% last year. So big improvements in the drought. In terms of snow, though, the snowpack right now is basically non-existent. As I mentioned earlier, Flagstaff has only received around 27 inches of snow this winter. That's the fifth lowest snowfall total through April since records began back in 1898. So abnormally low snowfall this year. Normally we'd be around 89 inches. And of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we had some brief snowfall this winter, but we were very warm. So the little bit of snow that we had would usually be followed by some prolonged periods of warm and dry conditions. March was very warm, so I'm sure everyone here understands that we had some abnormally hot temperatures in March, and you weren't wrong about that. Just focusing in on Flagstaff, we hit 84 degrees in Flagstaff in March. The previous record in March was 73, so we smashed that record by 11 degrees. That's very significant. And then you could even say, the average high temperature in June is only 79. So we were seeing like summer temperatures in March. But here's the positive though. So this graph shows Snow Slide Canyon, and this is like the accumulated precip since the beginning of October. So this is a combination of snow plus like melted snow and rain. And we're right about normal, actually. So we've received, let's see, at Snowslide Canyon, and just kind of reiterate what I said about Flagstaff, we've had over 13 inches of liquid precipitation since the beginning of October, and that's about an inch above normal. So very, very low on snow, but we're actually doing pretty well when it comes to the actual amount of liquid falling from the sky. So what do our outlooks look like for the rest of May? We're looking for above normal temperatures, but right now no real good signal in terms of precipitation. Now these outlooks are produced at the beginning of the month. My office specializes in the next 7 to 10 days. We're going to be dry for the next week. Early next week we could see a little bit of precip, but there's a lot of uncertainty there. But here's the big one. So this is the outlook from June through August. So the rest of basically the fire season through about the heart of the monsoon season, and the Climate Prediction Center makes these outlooks, and their claim is that we have enhanced chance of above normal temperatures during that time frame. But you could see on the right, in terms of precipitation, the state is in some green that says that we have enhanced chances of above normal precipitation. So that does bode well for a more robust monsoon season this year. Drought is expected to persist. And so here's the big one. This is the wildfire outlook. This comes from the Southwest Coordination Center out of Albuquerque. And for May, so for this month, we've got most of like northern and eastern Arizona painted in red. That's because they're a little bit more concerned about those areas could see above normal significant wildland fire potential. In June, very much the same. Most of the state again covered in red, including this area. And then in July, we start to see some improvements as the monsoon season kicks in. And I can tell you that as we get into August, the entire state is white because they, again, are expecting a little bit more monsoon precipitation this year should decrease the chance for significant wildland fire potential. And that's what I got on my end. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. My name's True Brown. I'm the fire staff officer on the Coconino National Forest, or the fire chief. So Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to a little bit about preparedness and how we're trending into the season. So on the Coconino National Forest, we obviously have 3 ranger districts across the forest and have been very proactive in both our prescribed fire efforts and mechanical efforts to mitigate wildfires, uncharacteristic fires across the landscape. And as we step into the season, when we are fully staffed, which as of right now, we have a 99% staffing rate here on the Coconino National Forest, which I must say is, I don't know of another forest in the country that has the fill rates that we do here locally. So when we are fully staffed, we have 218 personnel. That includes 12 engines, 3 hotshot crews, 3 fuels crews, the largest prevention organization in the region, along with detection. Additionally, we have a couple of bulldozers here on the forest, and then various fire leadership and fuels positions really across the forest. And then a robust militia program with the non-fire personnel that step up to help as needed. Additionally, we do bring in, we do bring in all forest resources and extended staffing. Currently, right now, we have an additional hotshot crew on the forest, along with 4 additional engines and then some miscellaneous overhead to help prepare for the upcoming season where we're at. And as Paul mentioned, the coordination and communication, it's not only during our restrictions calls that we have every Monday, but it is a year-round effort with our annual cooperators meeting, and then really being on a first-name basis with all the partners and cooperators here across northern Arizona, and particularly in and around Flagstaff. And as many folks have heard me say it before, fire doesn't recognize jurisdictional boundaries, and that's the way we really approach things, response here across northern Arizona and in and around Flagstaff. And the constant communication with Paul, Chief Gaylord, and all the partners and cooperators here locally. We really have one of the most robust, not only mitigation efforts in terms of proactive fuels work, but then also on the response side of the house organizations in the country. And I truly think we are the model for fire response here moving forward. Additionally, we do bring in additional hand crews, engines, as I mentioned, and aviation assets. But those get moved around as needed, and with the next generation of air tankers, the response is very rapid as we see fit. As Paul mentioned, we are going into stage 1 restrictions here on Thursday with just about everybody else in the region right now, and then we are constantly monitoring the referenced material up here in terms of our indices, working with our neighbors, partners, looking at regional outlooks, working with Robert and his folks over in Belmont, and really forecasting out as we move in and out of restrictions across the region. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to District Ranger Matt McGrath to cover some of the restrictions.
Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Sweet, and council members. Thanks again, as True said, thanks for having us here today, and to Paul for the invitation. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I'm Matt McGrath. I'm the district ranger for the Flagstaff Ranger District. So that first slide that True showed you, the big 850,000 acre blob surrounding Flagstaff, that is the Coconino National Forest. I'm responsible for everything that goes on there. So whether you like it or don't like it, I'm the one to talk to about either of those things. You know, there's a variety of tools that we use. We're talking a little bit about fire suppression, but a variety of tools we use to prevent fire in the first place. And Flagstaff, of course, being a leader in forest restoration with the work that's been going on since the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project started, I don't know, more than 10 years ago. A lot of that forest restoration work that we work on year round. And then today I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the people management piece, which frankly is the more difficult part of my job. It's easier to manage trees than people. It's easier to get the trees to do what I want to do. But as Paul and True mentioned, we're moving into stage 1 fire restrictions on Thursday. I want to talk about briefly about exactly what that means. I think there was a slide here. There's a variety of factors that go into the restrictions decision-making. Paul mentioned there was a meeting every Monday for folks to talk about it, but want to stress that our restrictions decisions are science-based with a lot of professional judgment mixed in, and also working with our partners and our cooperators to make the best decision. So there's a variety of measures that we make there. Then factor in, as Robert was talking about, the weather forecast, extended outlook, the amount of resources that we have right now. We're sitting really well. The fire activity has been relatively low. It's starting to pick up nationally. And then like visitor use and holidays. So coincidentally, this weekend is Memorial Day. It's going to be pretty busy. So that's kind of one of the things we factor in into that indices decision and restrictions. Stage 1 fire restrictions are basically says campfires are prohibited in dispersed areas out on the national forest, allowed only in campgrounds and picnic areas. The reasons for that is we have large fire rings there. Also, the areas are generally cleared substantially of vegetation for a while. Propane stoves and fires are allowed out on the forest. A lot of our contacts these days are during fire restrictions out in the forest. You go up and talk to someone, you see flame, especially as it's getting dark, and it turns out to be one of those propane fire rings these days, which are allowed during stage 1 fire restrictions because folks can turn them off and they're not kicking embers around, which is really our concern. When it gets a little bit warmer and drier and those indices kick up, we go into stage 2 fire restrictions. That's no campfires anywhere on the forest, so no dispersed fires, nothing in campsites or picnic areas. That also leads us to some other restrictions, basically from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Anything that's could cause a spark is prohibited on the national forest. And so what that does is it reduces the amount of time we have for any of our forest restoration work because we can have equipment that can cause fires, museum fire in 2019. So from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. we can't have any activity that can cause a spark. We also go into some temporary non-motorized areas around Flagstaff last couple of years, which I have a slide to show you a map of. And then there's stage 3, which is area or forest closed basically to public entry. If you spend any time on Facebook around this time of year, you start seeing a lot of close the forest posts, which I have feelings about, but basically very difficult to close a forest. We don't have people see gates on some of our roads. They don't realize about 80% of our roads don't have gates. So you put up a sign and some orange tape, and you can imagine the compliance that we get with that. So it's kind of difficult for us to deal with that. What I do want to show you here is that year-round, we have camping and campfire restrictions surrounding the city of Flagstaff and adjacent communities. So essentially stage 2 restrictions, December 31st, January, whether it's snowing, whether there's feet on the ground. There's a couple of reasons for that. This area has expanded over the last couple of years, and one of the things I would like to share is as surrounding most of the community, and not a silver bullet. We have both the tunnel and pipeline fire started in areas that were close to campfires. So there's one thing to tell people to do the right thing. It's another thing to get people to do the right thing. That does tie back to True saying we have one of the largest fire prevention programs in our law enforcement program, and also working with our partners here at the city and the county, but it is a challenge. After the tunnel and pipeline fire in 2022, where both of those fires were human-caused fires in areas that were close to campfires, we said, okay, obviously just closing an area to campfires isn't working. right? We had the 2 catastrophic fires. We're just kind of finishing up $98 million of forest disaster recovery. That's not including the money that the city has put into, like the Waterline Road and the Inner Basin and all of the work downstream in our community. So we went back and we started looking at what can we possibly do differently to keep these human-caused fires from starting. And what we did was, Drew and his folks we have really good data going back about 50 years on how many fires we have, where they are, and when we can figure out what causes them. This is obviously a map of Flagstaff down there on the bottom, most of the Kachina Peaks, the San Francisco Peaks. And these red dots represent, this is data from the last 10 years, these red dots represent human-caused fires over the last 10 years. And as we started crunching the numbers on this and some other areas, one thing that popped out is generally the vast majority of our human-caused fires start within sight of a road or within sight of somebody's car or truck and where they can get somewhere and then they can start a fire. And so that's true for the Pump House Wash area, one of our high fire danger areas, and also true for the San Francisco Peaks. The human-caused fires, we have a little bit of variety actually here in this area. Those red dots kind of all down at the bottom is basically the base of Mount Eldon, sort of along the gas pipeline, and there we have a large unsheltered population that is moving through that area, and a lot of those are generally cooking fires that we wind up with, and those can be year-round. So we have a variety of fire starts in there, but the vast majority are closely associated to a road and a motorized vehicle. So in thinking about what we could do differently, actually I'll skip those. In thinking about what we could do differently, we said, well, if we can reduce the number of vehicles in the area during high fire danger, we can, in theory, reduce 80 or 90% of our human-caused fires. So in 2023, we started a pilot project where during stage 2 fire restrictions, most of the roads surrounding the San Francisco Peaks are closed. And the road, Forest Road 237 and Pump House Wash, which runs from Kachina over to Highway 89A, that's also closed. That's one of our real sensitive fire areas to the south part of town. So on this map, you can see on the right-hand side is Highway 89, that green line. On the left-hand side is Highway 180. And then most of the forest roads in there are closed, including the 2 where the pipeline fire started and where the tunnel fire started, a couple of years too late, some might argue. But we were in here during stage 2, reducing the number of motor vehicles in there. And you see there's, I put all the trailhead and access points on there because we're trying to do our best to balance public access, visitor use to really the most popular area on the Flagstaff Ranger District, while also reducing those human cost starts. And like I said, it's not 100%. We have a variety of fire starts. People have, people always think a cigarette can start a fire. Generally, a cigarette doesn't start a fire. People tapping out a pipe, that can start a fire, and that's generally one of the things we have folks out on the trail. So it's not just campfires or malicious intent, it's people sometimes not thinking. So this isn't really a silver bullet that'll do everything, but last year we did this for the first time. It was about 60 days that we were in stage 2, so it was a pretty extended closure of this area. And True and his folks, again, with their great data keeping and statistics, we, I think, reduced the human-caused fire starts by 600%. So normally we would have a human-caused fire about every other day. Instead, that time we were having a human-caused fire in this area every 10 days. And so a variety of factors go into a catastrophic fire. One is the fire start, 2 are the conditions and the wind. But if we can reduce those human-caused starts, we stand a much better chance of being able to suppress a fire and avoiding a catastrophic fire. This last year was the first time we really did it for an extended period of time. If and when we wind up in stage 2 restrictions, we'll be doing it again. But again, it ties back to that science-based aspect of like using the data to figure out when we're in high fire danger and then adding on some of these human management, people management measures while trying to balance access to folks' public land. And with that, I'll kick it back over to Paul, and we'll be here for questions if you have them for us afterwards.
Thanks, Matt. And one thing that we didn't talk about, or I didn't talk about when I first came up is, I mentioned that we're going to move into stage 1 restrictions as well. And really what that means for us is if we have a partner, especially a federal partner that has one of the largest swaths of land for federal land management agency in the country to manage, and they're reducing their number of human caused starts by 600%. We want to make sure that we're bringing something to that table as well. And so usually what a stage 1 restriction will look like for us is we just want to start to remove a piece of that human caused element as well. And for us, that'll be working with pros mainly and limiting charcoal grill and some of those different kind of exposures, and still allowing things with an on-off switch, but starting to peel back a little bit from allowing a lot of those barbecue grills and things like that in our city open spaces and city parks. And then now we're gonna switch gears here just a little bit and start to bring a couple of our other guests up. Jenna Ortega, Sustainability Program Manager, and then Noah Baker, one of our Community Health Specialists. And we're going to start talking about some of the different initiatives that we have going on here locally. And really what we're trying to do, and it's right there in the title, is we're trying to take local action to enableize reducing risk so that we don't always have to rely on enforcement and different activities like that to reduce to reduce the human caused fires specifically. Each initiative at the local and state and national level creates reliability on one another. And what we're trying to do there and what we're trying to say there, and with that list that we have, is that we don't want to mistake activity for achievement. We want to make sure that we have measurable outcomes tied to some metrics of success. And a recent metric of success that would be identifiable for that was just having that senior fellow Laura Blau on, who's nice enough to join us from the Insurance Institute of Business and Home Safety today. And I just want to reiterate, that's something that we've been coming to the dais and saying for about 2 years now that that's been a goal of ours, is to, when we're talking about the insurance, I like to call it the insurance intersection of wildland fire management and homeowners insurance, and not crisis. It's just, it was the first cost signal that we saw, was homeowners insurance, but we have Laura here today to help provide some of that professional guidance in what having IBHS in the state of Arizona actually means now. And that's something we've been working on for a couple of years. The other one is building a little bit more of a robust WUBI code locally, and then working on a statewide WUBI code. Both those activities we are continuing currently as well. And so before I bring up Noah and Jenna, I just want to show a slide that kind of tells, oh, I'm sorry, let me move here. Keep forgetting to do that. It's a slide that paints a pretty good picture of our experience of when we've been dealing with an overcrowded pine forest. And in 1997, when this program was enacted, the one that I get to manage, and we first started to do a lot of mechanical fitting and then a lot of the success that Matt McGrath's talking about over the years, we went after areas outside of the city limits. And when we look at aerial photos of the city of Flagstaff now, we have what's called the donut hole. And so all that fire risk that we're dealing with now exists really within city limits in what we call zone 0. So from people's doorsteps moving back out. And that's something that Noah and Jenna have been dealing a lot with in the Wildfire Resilient Home Initiative, and then some of the community meetings that Noah's been hosting. So I think we'll welcome Jenna up first, then we'll have Noah, and then we'll listen to some of what Laura has to say about IBHS being available in the state of Arizona. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Always a pleasure to be here. Jenna Ortega. I'm a Climate Program Manager with the Sustainability Division. And I am in a slightly different uniform than everyone else up here, but that's because sustainability has worked really closely with our internal partners in wildland fire management for quite a few years now, and I'm up here to share one of the results of that direct collaboration, and that is the Wildfire Resilient Homes Initiative. I call it WARHI. I don't know if that's the correct acronym. It doesn't quite go together well, but that's what I'll refer to it. Before I jump in, I have two kind of quick notes for context. Some of this will be a brief refresher from when we were about to launch the program and we came and spoke to you all last fall. And then second, I'm gonna try to keep what I say pretty high level because as Paul mentioned after me, Noah's coming up and he's one of the incredible folks doing the on-the-ground work, so I wanna leave plenty of room for him to talk about that. So one of the reasons we launched this program was a kind of a simple but really critical gap. And that was that we're hearing that residents really do want to protect their homes, but they may not know always where to start, which actions matter most, or how to access the tools or financial resources to afford the mitigation work. So this program bridges that gap by providing accessible entry points. We equip residents with tools, professional guidance, and when eligible, targeted financial assistance to make those high-impact immediate actions. And so this slide, at the top of it, I put what I'm kind of gonna refer to as like our 4 primary pillars of the program, the activities of the program. And really, it starts with awareness and education and engagement. We do that by trying to meet residents where they are through door-to-door outreach, mailers, social media, videos, and neighborhood meetings to show people how they can be active participants in this work and protect their home from wildfire. Next, we try to take some of the guesswork out of the equation, and that means that households in Flagstaff can receive a free home assessment from a trained wildfire mitigation professional. And so residents then walk away with a customized, like site-specific digital report detailing their risk and also the actions that they can take. And then to try to eliminate some of the barriers, we also give out resources and kits to provide people the tools that they need. There's things in there like collapsible rakes, bags for pine needles have been a really popular item in there, loppers, gloves, an attachment for your hose to clean your gutters, all sorts of good stuff, mesh vent screenings. And then finally, we try to back this up with financial support for those who need it. So eligible residents can apply for grant funding for up to $3,000 to execute those recommended actions from their home assessment. And typically this will prioritize what was mentioned as that critical zone, that 0 to 5 foot zone around people's homes. And then at the bottom of the slide is kind of what I think of the outcomes. And while emergency preparedness and risk reduction are huge outcomes, my work is more on the resilience side of things, so that's what I want to talk to you all about. And so for me, the deeper narrative of our partnership with Wild and Fire, as well as all the work we do, is about community resilience. We know Flagstaff is surrounded by a pine forest, a highly adapted pine forest, and so we know fires happen here, and it's really about how we prepare for it. And so I love this initiative because to me it really translates this term climate resilience into tangible local action that residents can see and participate in literally from their homes and in their backyards. But in order to make that backyard mitigation effective, we have to invest in resources and tools that will empower residents to take these actions. And I also want to say that true resilience requires equity, and so it means prioritizing inclusion for everybody in all of our programs and access to services, and really building trust with the community, which I've seen happen through this program, and it's really cool. And so ultimately, this program is about building local capacity and building a culture that will last a long time about wildfire resilience. It's not just about this program, it's about building that long-term capacity. And this is my final slide, and it's just to kind of give you a sense of the immediate momentum behind this program. And so this is a snapshot of what's been done in the last 6 months, but I think things kind of really didn't pick up till January. So there's been 97 home assessments, 47 kits distributed, 9 grants have come through and been processed, 2,640 flyers, mostly thanks to NOAA, have been distributed around neighborhoods around the community. 230 people have attended community meetings, which is a really cool one for me. And 135 volunteers have been utilized. And so before I close, I just want to highlight internal partnerships. They mean a lot to me and can really make this work happen. And I think this program in particular really highlights that. And with that, I'll hand it over to Noah. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you so much for having me up here. As I think most of you know, my name is Noah Baker. I serve as the Wildfire Climate and Community Health Specialist for the Flagstaff Fire Department. Before we get started, I want to apologize if I dramatically cough to the side. My allergies are really, really bad today, which is terrible timing. But I want to talk to you about a couple cool things. The first one is risk reduction measures in the city of Flagstaff, and the fact that community risk reduction comes in many shapes and sizes, but they all complement each other. And one thing I want to note is right now it's really big talking about fire response and fire suppression, and that's great. But what is even more effective than that is pairing that with all of these other things up here. So fire response and suppression, super important. We're really good at it. We've been doing really good at it for about 100 years. Fuels reduction projects, we do excellent at that in Flagstaff and the surrounding area, thanks to our federal and state partners. Policies for new construction, resources for retrofits, infrastructure improvements, and strategic public investment. One of the reasons why Flagstaff is known nationally as a community that is doing the right thing is because we're doing all of these things at the same time. That is the only way we're going to achieve wildfire resilience, and we really need to focus not on one thing, but supporting all of them at the same time. I do want to go over a couple things really quickly before we talk about how homes burn during wildfire. So the fundamentals of fire management, it's all physics and chemistry. That's all it is. It's not magic in the woods. It's just nature in its true form. So fire spread is heat, fuel, and oxygen. When we fight fire, we disrupt one of those things in some way or another. An example of that is if I'm fighting fire right here and I spray water on it, I'm disrupting the heat that's on the ground. I'm also disrupting the oxygen and the fuel availability by reducing the likelihood that it combusts. The same concept is true for digging fire line or putting in dozer line. We're removing fuel from the equation, and all it is chemistry. And then fire behavior is a really important thing to talk about, because when we look at our communities and we look at our high-risk areas, we conceptualize fire behavior. We are thinking about what is the fire going to do here, and then how am I going to disrupt fire spread equation. So fire behavior equals fuel, weather, and topography. A lot of the times when we're looking at our community, we're looking at fuel and topography, but we have kind of the good grace in Flagstaff of having pretty regular southwest winds. About 280 days out of the year we have southwest winds, so we can kind of predict some of that fire behavior based on our historic conditions. But again, it's just an equation. We just have to disrupt it. I bring that up to you because I do want to talk about how homes burn. This is something I've unfortunately seen a ton of times, and I really do not want that to happen here in Flagstaff again. Contrary to popular belief, most homes burn during wildfire events or urban conflagration, which is the term that we use to describe when fire is using homes as fuel, in the same way that a crown fire would use trees as fuel. Most homes burn not because of a line of fire moving towards the community, but because of embers. Embers go a long way. You would be surprised how far an ember can go and still ignite something. A lot of the times those embers hit the side of a home and they fall down at the base. In Flagstaff, we sure have a lot of pine needles, and a lot of people have their pine needles at the base of their house. Those pine needles might catch on fire. That fire, again, it's just pathways and it's an equation. That fire might go to separate fuel along the side of the house to that siding, which goes to the roof, and then we're kind of off to the races there. So embers are a huge vector for fire in Flagstaff because of our fuel composition, and what we're seeing is that that's across the board. That's nationwide. Embers are a really important thing for us to pay really close attention to, but we also have radiant heat and direct flame. While we don't typically while most homes are not lost as a result of that line of fire moving towards the community, that still happens. So radiant heat and direct flame are two things that we also need to take into account. And we have been doing that through our WUI codes and amendments, which has been designed to mitigate all three of these fire risks, so embers, radiant heat, and direct flame. But one thing to note is none of it's a done deal. Like, you could do all of these things and you still could lose a home. But what this gives us is an opportunity to fight the fire. There are places in Flagstaff, there are places all across the country where I don't really have an opportunity to fight that fire if it's there. If we do these things and we mitigate that risk beforehand, I have an opportunity to fight the fire, and I also have an opportunity to go home at the end of the day because I don't get stuck there. And then high density and urban conflagration are kind of an equation that comes from all three of those spread risks. So embers, radiant heat, and direct flame. And I bring this up because I want to show this video of Jack Cohen, who is a physical science researcher and has been a really helpful communication tool for me. He's much smarter than I am. He's going to talk about what we just talked about with embers and radiant heat and fire. So I'm going to play this. It's about 3.5 minutes long. Should have sound. Okay.
What makes fire very, very different from other natural hazards, earthquakes, volcanoes, floods, is that fire is in and of itself a process. I loved starting fires when I was a kid. I started university and got interested in the outdoors and gravitated towards forestry and fire. My career actually started in 1976, and I became officially involved in how houses burned down as a research endeavor. But the best place to get experience and observation is actually on fires. The fire lab involves a fairly wide variety of disciplines, all the way from what I do, which is physical fire behavior, the physics and engineering of how fire works, to the smoke that comes from the fire. And in there is also the ecological aspects of fire. One of the things that I noticed was that frequently I'd be on a fire operationally, and the houses closer to the wildfire would actually survive, and the ones furthest away from the wildfire would be igniting. What that says is that the differences in the ignitability between two houses right next door to one another is different, and it's local. When that fire gets into the canopy of shrubs and trees, it's usually termed a crown fire. The crown fire produces very large flames and high intensities. It begins stripping off burning material that becomes what we call firebrands. Visualize for a moment millions of firebrands being lofted out of an intense wildfire. So my curiosity from the observations that I make allow me then to formulate certain questions that I can investigate doing experiments in a laboratory situation where I can actually isolate a certain aspect to the fire, expose a material, and find out what it takes to ignite it. It's the local conditions around the house that are principally responsible for the ignition potential, and I call this the home ignition zone. What we can take from that is that the wildland-urban interface fire problem is a home ignition problem, not a wildfire control problem. Calling it a natural disaster tends to put us into a passive victim role. And yet we have tremendous opportunities to keep these disasters from occurring if we're proactive. An interesting twist on this idea of preventing home ignition disasters during wildfires is the very vulnerability of our houses and our fear of wildfire inhibit our ability to actually be compatible and to actually have a more ecologically consistent role for fire to play in our landscapes in North America.
So one thing he says in there that I think is very true is that we do not have a fire control problem, we have a home ignition zone problem. And you cannot talk about the home ignition zone without also talking about social science and talking about communication and the people in our community. So really thankful to have my role here, which is a nationally unique role because I focus on social science. I focus on communication to try to create that home ignition zone, or reduce the likelihood of that home ignition zone igniting. Oops, hold on. Okay. And one of the ways we're doing that is with the pine needle drop-off program, which has been really fun and really interesting. So we have 6 project areas that have been strategically selected to reduce the risk. We get a lot of questions about why we selected these areas. Some of this is from some really, really low resolution models. Some of this is, or a lot of it is just from intuition and thinking about, if I go into that neighborhood, am I gonna be successful? And so we picked these areas very strategically, not only because of that, but in the same way that we're asking people to create defensible space around their homes, we're asking communities to create defensible space around our community. These are the places where we may fight fire someday, and I would like to have the best possible success of reducing the amount of homes that are lost there and reducing the amount of homes that are lost elsewhere in Flagstaff as a result. Good news is we have tangibly reduced the risk in these communities, which is awesome. That's very difficult to do. I say we as if it's not also the Public Works Division who is taking away the dumpsters and doing a lot of this legwork. But we have reduced the risk to a lot of these communities, and that's cool. We have removed a ton of biomass from these areas, and yeah, it's really exciting for me to see the impact we've made there. An important note is that all of these dumpsters are open to City of Flagstaff residents. We just selected these areas because we wanted to do really good communication in these spots to actually physically reduce the risk across the board, not just sporadically. And then on the note of communications, this has been a really helpful thing for us to get our message out. A dumpster is a gigantic object, and a lot of people look at it. So while this isn't directly related to the Wildfire Resilient Home Initiative, we do use this as an opportunity to engage with folks about creating that zone zero, about doing home assessments when they're also still thinking about fire. They're obviously taking their pine needle bags to the dumpster. Why not engage with them in that way too? And we've had a lot of success with that. And we've seen wide-scale support for this project. And that's not to say it's perfect. We definitely have areas where we need to improve, but generally the community is very excited about this, and I am too. Another thing we've been doing is community meetings. One thing I like to say is it's not my job to present, it's my job to have dialogue with the community. And that has been a really, really, really effective strategy. When you get presented to, I remember being in school and not really wanting to listen to any of that, right? I really liked engaging with my teachers in dialogue and asking questions and having them ask me questions. And one of the important aspects of what we do here that I think makes our department special is we ask the community what they think. You know, we have, about 100 people who work in the fire department. There's 75,000 people in Flagstaff, give or take, right? And that's 75,000 eyes that we don't really have. That's a lot of nuances of fire risk that we can then identify through our community, and a lot of really good ideas out there where I'm like, man, I should have thought about this. I'm the one getting paid to do it. But we've been having community meetings that have been really successful for the most part. Typically, we see about a 15 to 20% attendance rate for a community. In Continental, we didn't see that, but in Railroad Springs, we had about 100 people attend, immediately saw a significant increase in wildfire home assessments. They were filling up dumpsters of pine needles at the same time. North of the hospital, we had about 120 members attend. Lots of new home assessments scheduled immediately following. And then Continental Country Club, we only had about 30 people attend, but everybody in attendance scheduled a home assessment after, which that was great news for me. That means that I'm making a difference. Again, engaging with dialogue with our community about this is probably the most important thing we can do, and I'm really excited that we get to do it. But connecting all of this to operations. I might be a pretend social scientist, and I might walk around talking to people all day, but I'm an operational firefighter. I have been for the last 10 years, and I'm very passionate about that. All of this plays into the game really well, actually. And we are one of the only communities who gets to do this. So we get to prove to other people that they can do it too, which is really exciting. But increasing parcel level wildfire resilience gives firefighters the opportunity to save homes and keeps us safer. It's not just us, we're keeping safe. When we have a large wildfire, we are getting resources and firefighters from across the country who are coming here to help us. I want to make sure they get to go home, and I think we can all agree on that. So when we do this stuff, we are making it safer for everyone who gets to come here and help us. We're making it safer for our firefighters locally too. An informed community is a resilient community. We are living, breathing proof of that. There is something in the wildfire space called the Flagstaff model, which I think is really funny, but it's really exciting. And it's just about enabling the community with information. Contrary to popular belief in the past, we used to think that information was ammunition for the public. We were wrong about that. We'll own that, and we are going to do the opposite now. We're going to give them information and see where it goes. We kind of know where it goes. It goes in a good spot. Preparing our community for evacuations before an emergency increases efficiency and safety of operations. One of the #1 killer of firefighters is people fleeing away from the fire. If we can bring this up to our community beforehand and show them videos, show them what it looks like, kind of prep them for what it feels like, they're going to make better decisions. They're probably going to leave sooner. They're going to drive slower in the smoke, and we're going to keep people safer. And additionally, when people evacuate sooner, that's one more firefighter who gets to go fight fire instead of focusing on evacuating one person. And then the last thing, I know I'm probably rambling your ear off, but having dialogue with the community, we are creating advocates for community resilience. We're learning about the details of our community that we can miss, even though we're always in it. So all of this is really important stuff, and I am going to pass it off.
Laura, if you're ready, thanks for putting your camera on. So I'll just give a quick introduction. As we started to find out that IBHS, like we were saying, was available in the state of Arizona the last couple of weeks, I'm not sure if Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, if anyone saw the newspaper article in the Daily Sun, but Laura Blau, who's with us tonight, was the senior fellow that was quoted in that article. And a little bit that I know, having gotten to know Laura over the last few weeks, was that I think it was kind of a divide and conquer with the few employees that IBHS has. And Laura drew the straw to work with the Daily Sun. And so going back to some of what Noah's talking about making sure each one of our community members are in a position where they're not going to be passive victims of a home ignition zone, but are preparing themselves throughout a calendar year. And not saying that that's specifically what Laura's going to talk about, but I'll turn it over to you, Laura, and I will man the slides for you.
Great, thank you, Paul. First, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I'm very excited to be part of the Arizona team now. I am on the partnerships team with IBHS, and I can tell by the previous presenters that this is already an active state, and especially in the city. So we will definitely be following your lead. A little bit about IBHS. We are a nonprofit research organization, and we are fully funded by the insurance industry. And they have an interest in narrowing the path of destruction. And for wildfire, that means conflagration. So we work hard to do some research. We do modeling, and then we do full-scale testing. In the previous video with Jack Cohen in it, you saw some of our lab research, the ember generators that shoot embers at a full-scale home that we build in the center of a big concrete building with 105 fans that can generate winds up to 135 miles an hour. We also study hurricanes, so that's a Category 3. And we figure out how homes fail, and more importantly, how to prevent them from igniting in the first place. We also do post-fire analysis and then translate all of that science into products. And what you see here is our wildfire prepared home standard. We also have a wildfire prepared neighborhood standard that came out last year and went off a pilot this year. So we work with developers on creating new neighborhoods. And then wildfire prepared home has 2 levels. It has a base or essential level and a plus or enhanced level. And the base or essential is ember protection for existing homes. It's a fairly simple retrofit, not as expensive as retrofitting a home to the plus or enhanced level, which adds protection from flames and radiant heat. And then the neighborhood level, we work with developers and builders. We have about 50 neighborhoods in the pipeline right now, just in the last 6 months of working together to create new neighborhoods that can withstand wildfire. Next slide, Paul. So what does that look like? I already heard you guys talking about the 5-foot zone, so you're already all over it. We do concentrate on the hazard ignition home or from the home out, but foundational to that is zone 0, not a great name. We're kind of calling it the safety zone, a little bit more descriptive, or the ember prevention zone. And it's that non-combustible zone 5 feet out. So you can still have trees, plants, plenty of landscaping, just not in that 5-foot zone. We want to keep the fire from coming to your doorstep and potentially igniting the home. So we do prioritize that. And then for a base level, if you're going to retrofit your home, we're just looking at that bottom 6 inches of the home to harden that area and then do ember protection through vents and other openings. So just screening with 1/8 inch mesh. If we have a neighborhood that we can work with, we will try to cluster homes so you get that added protection of homes next to each other, because as some of your speakers have already said, it does not stop at the property line or at the community level. It needs to be neighbors working together. So we really encourage that. We have an MOU with NFPA for Firewise, and we're trying to stair-step existing communities towards being more wildfire prepared at the neighborhood level. Next slide. So once either an individual homeowner or a group of homeowners or a new neighborhood builds to our standard, we have checklists that walk through. I'm going to be available. I'll be the Arizona contact and work with Flagstaff staff and forestry and anybody else who wants to be involved in creating new neighborhoods or retrofitting existing ones to this standard. It is a voluntary standard, but it's science-based and recognized by the insurance industry. And as proof of concept, once somebody does all of the mitigation measures and hardens their home, they can apply online and get a certificate that shows that, one, and most importantly, they are wildfire prepared and they have met the science-based standards. And then 2, the certificate can be shared with their insurance companies to have a conversation around what that means in terms of insurability and potential discounts. So while wildfire is inevitable in the West, actually starting to be nationwide, as Paul said, we went into 10 additional states. So now we're in 14, and everybody is trying to tackle this problem. And we know that preparedness starts with individual properties, but depends on the community acting together. And all of the partnerships that are already working in Flagstaff, we just want to be part of the team. And while we can't eliminate the wildfire risk, we can reduce disaster potential. So the more mitigation completed before a fire, the safer and more effective response becomes. So we are focused on practical science-based actions that homeowners can take today. And that means, when Paul mentioned the article, they were asking, what can people do short of retrofitting their home? And there's still a lot of work that can be done there. So happy to join the team, and I'll turn it back over to Paul.
Great, thanks, Laura. And if you don't mind hanging on, we're just about done here,
Sure.
just in case there are any questions and comments from the council as we wrap up. So just a couple closing thoughts. It's crucial that the homeowners in the community of Flagstaff protect their own property from the threat of wildfire. And though we don't have all the answers, that's something that we are available for and we can continue to help with and will continue to help with, mainly through community meetings and some of those initiatives that we talked about earlier. Reducing the risk of human-caused fires starts with a commitment to informing not only our neighbors, but also our visitors, and we have great partnerships through some internal partners like Discover Flagstaff for some of that. And then I just want to close with one great line that I heard in some congressional testimony from a person much smarter than me. I wish I could claim this as my own, but it's from a Dr. Dave Calkin of University of Oregon. And he said, no matter how much we train and prepare for fire response, we're never going to remove it from the landscape. And that's especially true here in Flagstaff, where we're in a ponderosa pine fire-dependent landscape. It's inevitable and it's here. The only way to be safer and more effective to responding to fire is to do less of it. So we thank you for your time, and we're here for questions and comments.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul and team, for this information. As you know, it's on top of everybody's mind, and especially with the winter that we had and not a lot of snowfall. So a couple of questions. We did a tour, I think it was last year, just to look at the different neighborhoods, kind of talking about the new science behind resource protection overlay. And some of our neighborhoods are super dense in trees, right? So is there any plans like to help thin those, even though these are mature neighborhoods, so they're not going to fall into any of the new pilot programs?
Yeah, Noah, do you want to help with the resource protection overlay? And then we could talk about some of the plans.
So if I understand the question correctly, you're asking if there are plans to thin within the neighborhood in like mature stands of trees, is that correct?
Yeah, there's some, the west part of town, I think it's University Heights and stuff that we toured that just had the aerial shots show just some massive amount of trees, dense trees. So is there any plans to thin those out at all?
The short answer is no, unless it's within the zone 0. That's our focus right now, because that's kind of the most impactful thing we can do. And while dense trees do present a fire hazard towards the community, what presents more of a fire hazard, at least in our mind, is that zone 0 not being mitigated. So we push the message of reducing the density of stands, but we don't have any mechanism to fund that work. And yeah, that's. Do you have anything there?
Just to add on to that, the fuel model that is typically what we would call that, right? And so for that, it's like a standing live fuel model. And a lot of what we're trying to address in the community right now, mainly through information and education, is that that grass component that we see, that really light, flashy fuel. That's what's going to carry fire. That's what carried fire through the tunnel fire, and is going to spread through something as quick as like an afternoon, like it did on the tunnel. So addressing those fine, flashy fuels as opposed to those standing live, which shed pine needles and certainly create problems, don't create as much problem as that continuous fuel model that we have almost all throughout town right now.
Yeah, that pesky grass stuff is ridiculous.
Here, Councilman Matthews, if I could add to that a little bit, we have begun a couple of legal conversations associated with public funding to do work on mitigation in private parcel level work. And we've started those discussions already with our legal staff. We've already introduced into the discussion on legislative agendas that the council might consider looking for outside resources. We have some small grant funds that in some cases we've had difficulty assisting the private property owner because it was still too much money to remove some of those legacy fuels from in and around their homes. It's a big challenge for the existing. Our focus has been we've got some great opportunities with some upcoming development that's coming. We have the ability to look at IBHS neighborhood standards. We're focusing on doing everything we can to make sure that the new built environment is a little bit more science-based and a little bit more fire-friendly. Going back and applying those principles to the built community will continue to be a financial legislative challenge, but we're in the game.
Right, that makes sense. And my last question is on the ignition zone, the 5 feet zone. Is our resource protection overlay the new pilot program? For new development, does that factor in that 5-foot parameter around the homes?
Yeah, that home ignition zone, zone 0, it's called a lot of different things. That's the area that we're looking to, for lack of a better term, to tackle and address the most right now.
Thank you, because I know what I remembered of the new pilot program, it was more about less density throughout the neighborhood, but I didn't remember that we had the 5-foot parameter zone, so that's great.
Yeah, the return on investment for the ember washes and direct flame impingement in that direct zone 0, first 5, whatever we want to call it, the return on investment for that is pretty huge.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation. This has been great. I think it was Noah who said that he really likes the engagement and asking questions. Well, I have several. So if you want to just come up and answer all of them, that'd be great.
She told me before the meeting she had 10.
I cut it down. I'm down to 8. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, and that's anyone who wants to speak to this, what are the greatest staffing vulnerabilities, pressure points, or challenges that you're facing as our primary wildfire team heading into the current and upcoming fire season?
I would say for staffing vulnerabilities, we feel pretty good where we're at. We have a plan that I think is strategically right-sized for our wildland fire management program, and that's something that we want to carry forward. We're trying to communicate it here today. I think we need to come back and talk about it a little bit more, but it's a lot of initiative-based. It's a lot of targeted thinning and treating within the community, where we can make a difference and can not control but disrupt some of those fire pathways. So I think for staffing for us, specifically for wildland fire management, we're in a pretty good spot.
Along those same lines, I'm just curious, we're talking about the increase in long and intense fire seasons nationwide. Are there any concerns within our team about resource competition between regions, or are we pretty solid there as well?
Yeah, and I might even rely on the Forest Service a little bit for that. Sure, Drew, coming up.
So, great question, Councilmember House. So that is something that we are always concerned with, is that resource competition piece. And I'll kind of refer back to what Robert presented in terms of the fire potential across the western U.S. right now that we've been seeing and the lack of snowpack. And that's one thing that we are starting to see this season is multiple regions, i.e. geographic areas across the western U.S. in particular, starting to, for lack of a better term, come online sooner than they typically would be, i.e. In Colorado. We're still seeing fire activity in Texas, the Great Plains, additionally starting to see movement up into the Great Basin and then into the Pacific Northwest, additionally with California. And historically, we have not seen that. Region 3, the southwestern area, including New Mexico and Arizona, is typically the first fire season to really kick off, and then we taper off very rapidly with the onset of the monsoon. But what we're seeing right now is just overall greater fire activity across the western U.S. right now. But that is something we're working very closely with our regional office and geographic areas, our coordination centers, and that's something that is being managed not only locally but regionally and then nationally as well too, to bring and prioritize resources where they need to be. And I would say, again, just reiterating, here within the Southwest and then particularly northern Arizona, we're trying to stay as far ahead as we can on the planning side of the house in terms of bringing in those additional resources as well. I failed to mention earlier too that the forest, the Coconino, we brought in a fire prevention education team to bolster our prevention efforts here locally, which coincided really well with the onset of restrictions, moving into very high fire danger. Additionally, the Overland Expo, which we had a ton of outreach there. So I feel really good about where we're at here locally, but that is a concern and it's something we monitor very closely. So great question.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there are areas, neighborhoods, or housing types in our community, from your perspective again, that are raising greater concerns in regards to wildfire resilience. I know we've been doing a lot of work to increase our housing supply, diversify our housing supply, and I'm just curious about the correlation between those different types of housing and challenges that might be faced in terms of that resiliency.
Again, excellent question. You've got a good list in front of you. Yeah, there are certainly areas in Flagstaff that are more at risk than others as a result of just how it's built, really. I mean, we talk about some of these areas on the southwest portion of town. They do pose, in they do give me a little bit of anxiety, just to be honest, not only because of fire risk, but because of response. There's some spots where we would have trouble getting a fire truck in there. And then one of the things that we see is community archetypes. Some of our neighborhoods are not as willing to engage with outreach as others. We've seen that this year already, and so that does present a problem. We've got a good message. We use science, and we want to share that with our community. And when we can't engage in our traditional tactics, we typically have to go into a different mode that we still haven't really figured out. So that does present one of the big challenges, but there are areas in Flagstaff that are more at risk than others.
Just FYI, I have shaved off like 4 or 5 of my other questions, so I'm down to 2 more. I think we've talked before about my having family, some good friends that I grew up with who have served or are serving as firefighters, hotshot crews across the country. And through that, I've always had in mind how wildfire operations are placing increasingly huge physical and mental strain on crews over increasingly long seasons. Especially now that we're in Mental Health Month. You know, your wife is leading a lot of those efforts for our community in terms of first responders, and certainly that includes our fire crews. I'm wondering how our agencies are starting to think differently about firefighter wellness, recovery, long-term sustainability, or how you've seen shifts in that thinking regionally or nationally. Like, what are we doing to ensure that our teams are supported both physically and mentally as we go through these prolonged seasons?
I think when we're speaking, regionally and nationally, back to True's comments about how we compete for resources, as we compete for those resources, we also have to keep in mind their physical and mental health as they go through very long extended fire seasons. When True and I both started, it would have been in the early 2000s, and I think back in those days it would have been a longer year if you worked 700 or 800 hours of overtime. That was a big kind of gold pin on the chest for us at the time. And now it's not unlikely for those seasonal crews to work north of 11 or 1,200 hours of overtime. So really, and I don't have as much oversight over something like that, but we do have a lot of personnel with the Flagstaff Fire that engage on incident management teams that go out with engine operations that do all that stuff. And so really keeping a close eye on that, making sure that we're talking a lot with not only the folks that we're sending out, but for every person that goes out on a fire, somebody here, especially for a 56-hour work week personnel, those on the 24-hour shifts, they have to get backfilled for. And so those hours are worked as well. And so a lot of communication back and forth, maintaining that open dialogue, making sure folks are doing okay, making sure we're taking care of ourselves, and engaging in those programs. And now the Flagstaff Fire Department, mainly through the efforts of Deputy Chief Chris Fennell, have a lot of those mental health resources available for the first time. So it's still newer, though. The Mental Health Month that we had this May, that Marika is very proud of, it's the first time that we've done it. And so we're having to make sure that we're paying a lot of attention to this stuff for the first time, and early and often, I would say.
Thank you all. Last question, I promise. Really, this one is more of an opportunity to share any key messaging that you have for both us as council and for the community at large. I'm just wondering how we as community leaders and how our community as a whole can better support our fire crews, not only operationally, but also personally and institutionally.
It's a great question. I think I'm going to go back to my talking points there of saying help us out by managing your own land. If you own a home, you're a land manager, believe it or not. And when you reduce your risk and make it safer for me, I get to help more. I get to do a better job at my job. And again, I get to go home at the end of the day. Back to the mental health question too, huge burden watching homes burn down. It's a huge burden because every time you see one burn down, you think, oh, that's somebody's livelihood. So by taking action as a community, collective action, not just, oh, I'm doing this and I don't like my neighbor, I don't want to talk to them, but engaging with your neighbor, you help us. And in your own right, you're a firefighter too, so please help us.
And then I think that this is going to be something we start to hear a little bit more. It might be a contemporary piece of dialogue, but on the back end of these incidents, because it's inevitable that we'll experience another one, understanding that the systems that we have in place now are to manage single, smaller incidents of like a home or two. And so like we have a first alarm for the Flagstaff Fire Department, right? We were talking about how we have 7 wildland fire units and 2 water tenders, and then 9 auxiliary wildland fire management personnel. Well, a wildland fire of 10 to 20 acres, that could take that entire, what we would call balance of units. And so understanding that if, as we get into these larger incidents and potentially into what, the buzzword of the day is a conflagration, that we're not going to be able to staff all those areas where the fire is at, and that all those efforts that the firefighters are making are valiant in what they're doing.
If I might just add something too. Great question, and I always try to take the opportunity when presented with a question like this just to hit on a few things. So as a community, the recognition, and I heard it mentioned a couple of times, the inevitability, it isn't if, it's when we're gonna be impacted by wildfire. And just that recognition as a whole, and for everybody to take ownership in that personal responsibility piece, because there is a point where there is no amount of resources we can bring to bear that we need to recognize. And the 10 years that folks do preparing their property is far more important than potentially the 10 minutes a crew, a resource may have, an engine to try to protect that property. And the urban interface is the most dangerous basically zone on a wildfire, and just that recognition. And not only that too, but I will say the continued support and recognition for forest restoration efforts and then prescribed fire efforts, because those are some of our best tools in terms of preventing those unwanted wildfires and those catastrophes, those catastrophic events. So recognize the impacts of smoke to all of us. We all live here and deal with it, but those efforts are really what is moving the needle and making the difference long term. So thank you.
Yeah, the grass component that we were talking about that we're trying to mitigate right now, the only way to mitigate that is with prescribed fire. So that's just something to think in mind. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thank you guys so much for your time. Councilmember House, thank you so much for the great questions and comments. Councilmember Matthews, the same. And thank you everybody for your attention.
We have
Anybody else
more.
before we go?
Oh, yeah, we have
Okay,
more.
Okay.
I was going to say, the Forest Service, you must love next door.
Can't do it. Stay away.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm thinking, so this is related to the topic that Councilmember Matthews brought up, although it's probably a little bit more topical, specific. I'm going to ask Noah to come up. I'm sure he's going to be the guy to take first stab at this, and also I think sustainability is going to want to weigh in too. So there's been an absolute explosion of cheatgrass in Flagstaff that we're already seeing. I'm sure it's going to be even worse. Ponderosa Trails, high country is just a carpet, for example. I'm wondering if you could talk about that sort of fuel, what we're doing to be fire-wise and preventative about that, and just in general, in terms of invasives, I think there's a lot of different departments working on that in different ways. And this is a topic I've brought up with city manager. I'm wondering how we're going to stay on top of cheatgrass, other non-natives this summer and beyond, and how it relates to fire and the weather and sustainability efforts.
Yep, great question. I'm not an ecologist, so I can't speak directly to that, but what I can say is, mitigating those light flashy fuels like cheatgrass. The way we do that in the in the natural environment is through increased prescribed fire and making sure we're putting healthy fire on the ground, because landscape with healthy fire on the ground is a resilient landscape. We see, less invasives moving into those areas because they are less likely to experience catastrophic events, and that this term called type conversion, which is when invasives move in and outcompete other natural things. But I think we also need to be mindful of bringing in invasive species for landscaping, like personal landscaping. We always talk in the fire department about how the juniper is like our nemesis and how we wish we could cut every juniper in Flagstaff. And just being really mindful of what we're bringing in and intentional around it. Nicole?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. Just complimenting Noah's response, I wanted to add that we partner very closely with community members to focus on invasive species. So we do work closely with pros and specifically open space, and we host several invasive weed removals and educational events, and I think that that's really important to tie into this conversation, because we do have to educate our community on invasives and then obviously the negative impacts of that. So we do have a lot of volunteer opportunities throughout the spring, summer, and fall that focus on invasives. Thank you.
I am wondering mid to long term on this particular issue, and as it relates to Firewise, just in terms of funding, grants, opportunities to really mobilize those invasives, you have to stay on top of them or they take over by definition. And it should definitely be a part of the conversation, not just pine needles and pine trees.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my favorite things seeing all of you up here is the intergovernmental partnerships and just the in-house partnerships as well, and how that has kind of propelled this from being stationary to simply fire to also adding that sustainability element. And my question is for Ms. Ortega, I believe, when it comes to the grants and also the equipment that you are offering to the public, how is that funded?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so this last year we got $100,000 through our emergency management fund to fund this program, and took a while to launch and get legal approval and all the good stuff. So we did get approved to carry some forward into the next year and approved for funding in this next year. So we anticipate being able to run this program through the next fiscal year as well, but encourage people to keep applying for grants and hope it runs out and all the money is spent in the community.
Excellent. You kind of covered my next question as to how we are going to fund it in the future. Did you want to add something?
I'll just say that we will likely keep asking for funding. And I heard the word emergency too much tonight, and it's Environmental Management Fund.
Nice, thank you for that, and also thank you for the amount of work that you guys added to the community meetings. I have attended a couple myself, and they are something that is we're really meeting the need and meeting the community where they're at on this, and that's the most important thing. Watching this evolve has been really nice from this angle, and you guys taking the initiative to be out there, I really appreciate. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of great information. I too attended the community meeting in NoHo, north of the hospital, and Paul and Noah, I saw you there and a few others. And I wanted to just reflect for a second. I just had someone from my neighborhood come in to my shop and talk to me. They thought that I put that meeting on, and I said, no, it's them. So long story short, she was so impressed and told me that she's not a neighbor of mine, but she said that her neighbors are all getting together and working on their properties. She was going to plant junipers, speaking of juniper, and because of the meeting, went out and I think got a consultation, or no, you came to her house. And she is doing something completely different. And I know it can be frustrating trying to get out into the community, and one meeting you had 100, community members, the other one you had 30. But don't give up, because I'm hearing right and left what a difference it makes. And I know that even on my street, we're all talking, and I just want you to keep going and know the difference that you are making, because I'm hearing it firsthand. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Vice Mayor Sweet. And for Noah's credibility, I think he hung 600 or 700 door flyers just for that meeting in the NoHo neighborhood alone. And that's something that we're realizing. We're trying to engage with the community in a way where it's not just us showing up as a fire program managers and informing and educating, and then leaving those community members with that information to do with on their own what they decide, but trying to start a conversation back and forth so that we can learn more about what the community needs, what specific types of mitigations we can do in each neighborhood, and those types of dialogues.
All I can say is that what you're doing is working, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I have a couple of questions. So we met for a meeting in advance of me writing a couple of articles for the Flagstaff Business News. And one of the things, among the many that I learned from you, was about the weekly phone calls of all the agencies talking. Can you speak to how important those phone calls are and who's on those phone calls, and really the benefit to the community of you having those phone calls?
Yeah, I think the benefit is to not just the community, but to what we call the zone, to the Northern Arizona zone. And two of us that are always on that phone call are here now, True and myself. We kind of went over it pretty quick at the beginning of the presentation, but the purpose of that is to talk restrictions and then the National Fire Danger Rating System. So are the indices and the modeling show that we should be moving from moderate to high, very high, extreme. This week, a number of us moved into very high. City of Flagstaff chose to do that because of some of the impacts we're getting with tourism and then what the weather's doing. And then the larger component of that is restrictions and closures. And so we're seeing that for the first time this week. I think that's typical for the Coconino, usually May 23rd or something like that. They'll start to go into to stage 1 restrictions. So we're right on about par with where we're usually at. And then that will occur for the first time this Thursday at 8 a.m.
I think it's important for the public to hear it over and over again, how coordinated you all are and how much you're talking about the issue of when and whether to close the forest or what steps to take. Because I know it made me feel much better to know that there was this coordination and that it was just built into what you do every year.
Yeah, I'm going to guess. I'm probably going to be a little liberal with this, but I want to say there's close to about 20 fire organizations on that call, federal, state, and local government. And then for the most part, everyone has an equal voice. Now, obviously, the Coconino National Forest is a much bigger program than maybe a smaller fire district or something like that. But for the most part, especially we have a round robin, and that's all meant to spur discussion, just like you're talking about. Anything you want to add to that?
And can you talk a little bit about the coordination that goes on between the forests? Because I know I see on social media, well, such and such a forest already has fire restrictions. Why doesn't the Coconino, and vice versa?
Do you want to? Yeah. I can do it if you
No,
like.
I'll jump in there. No. So great question. And just as as Paul mentioned, across the zone, we coordinate. The forests are coordinating additionally. One of the challenges that we do run into, and it's not so much a challenge, but just for context, the the forests are broken up into different fire danger rating areas, so FDRAs. And even though we may be located in the same county or same rough area, there are nuances within those. And every forest, you know, looks at them slightly differently, and then working with their partners and cooperators slightly differently. So, for example, the Apache Sitgraves National Forest went into restrictions today, even though they're partially within Coconino County, and they coordinated with that Forest Lakes piece, but they're looking at slightly different indices because of where they are located on the Mogollon Rim. But we're coordinating with the Tonto National Forest, one of our other neighbors, additionally the Prescott, and we're going in concurrently to stage 1. And we try to find that balance because it can be very complicated, particularly with some of the jurisdictional boundaries with the national forests, and then additionally with the Kaibab as well too, and then some of the Park Service units, Department of Interior units that we're also making sure. So it's, even though we are the same agency, there are some nuances within and with those border areas about how folks are looking at the numbers and the indices, and then some of that professional judgment that comes in terms of resource availability, number of starts, number of visitations. So it all factors in back to that matrix that Matt kind of worked through with the group. But there is coordination across the forest, and then also with our regional office too, to make sure that they're in the loop and it gets communicated out as well. So, but I would say, again, going back to what we have here in northern Arizona, just that coordination piece is, I feel really good about where we're at, and just trying to paint that picture and making sure that everybody has that common operating picture in terms of understanding, so.
Thank you. So I know that ponderosas that are touching roofs, that it's really important to cut those so that they're not touching the roof. What about really tall ponderosas that have limbs that are over the roof but not touching the roof?
So, you know, anytime you have a vertical life standing fuel like that, that is touching a private parcel or any sort of infrastructure, it's always best to at least remove those branches if you can. There's quite a bit of cost to that. You know, we have a preferred vendor list here within the city, and removing those trees is also a much better long-term fix, but there's always going to be a higher cost to doing something like that. The labor piece of that every year is making sure that you're staying up with raking those pine needles. You can put, you know, covers over your gutters, do those types of things, rake the needles off your roof. But one versus the other, there's really not much of a difference. If it's within the same proximity of a private residence, you probably want to trim either that tree back or those branches back.
Thank you. And you talked about the education around evacuation and helping people understand that in the case of an emergency, there's no time to do the things that I guess sometimes people think they have the time to do. Have you, in any of your education, shown videos of evacuations? I'm thinking specifically about the Palisades and just the chaos that was involved with that.
That's such a great word, yeah, Maren. Thank you for using that, because that's really the only way to describe it. You know, those of us that have served on incident management teams or that have gone out on larger wildfires, the number of us that have gotten up and spoken today. I know Laura had a 30-year career with the Orange County Fire Authority, so she's seen it a lot in Southern California. But the chaos around evacuations cannot be voiced enough, and that's why when we're talking about the best thing you can do with an evacuation is, if you're even thinking about it, leave early, always be in that state of ready. Ready into set is something that happens really quick, and then go is that action. And so that's something that we can't stress enough. We need those ingress egress points for those suppression apparatus, fire trucks, firefighters, hot shot crews, those types of things.
And are you getting the word out about that beyond, say, our evacuation zone, that we've put out that information. But I'm thinking, I'm not sure that the public really understands how important it is to be set, and then when it's time to go, to just go and not try to
Sure.
start packing then.
Well, if they have a screen door, NOAA's made them aware of it over the last 6 months, I would say. Yeah, and we actually came up with, working with Daniel Kelly, the emergency manager for the city, we're working on an internal evacuation policy for the first time between fire, PD, and EM. And we're talking about that in there. And then I don't know if you remember, a number of years ago, we came and we did this presentation and we showed the evacuation map that we built for the first time, the evacuation map that's now hosted with Coconino County Emergency Management. So we usually steer people to that, what we call ESRI product, that GIS product.
Thank you. Last question. What types of siding are the most fire resistant?
Ooh, Noah? I bet Laura could.
If you want. The two that we've tested that perform the best are stucco and fiber cement board, like a hardy board. And those are really the only two. We do require non-combustible to get an IBHS designation for wildfire prepared. I know there's others out there that are ignition resistant, and that's what the California code requires, and it just doesn't meet muster. So hopefully you guys have a lot of stucco and fiber cement board in Arizona.
So that is good to know. So it has to be non-combustible, not ignition resistant?
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
No
Laura.
flame spread rating. We've tested it all, and it all just takes a little longer to ignite, but burns really well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think Georgiana at some point is going to share a couple of links for the public to check out if they want more information just about readiness and so forth.
Okay. Yeah,
so-
we'll be in touch with Georgiana. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Laura. Thanks for getting on with us tonight.
All right, next up we have open call to the public, and I see no one. So announcements and updates, two from council and city manager. And I'll start with Council Member Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a Mountain Line Board meeting tomorrow, and I think that's it for the week. That's all I have.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to start off by thanking you, Mayor Daggett, Chief Connolly, the sustainability staff, and I attended the Consulate General event that happened this past Saturday, and I just want to thank you guys for caring so much for the immigrants that are trying to remain part of our community legally and utilizing the resources that we have provided for them. United Way is doing their annual check-in with the Market of Dreams tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll be there if anybody wants to show up. Also, tomorrow is the Heritage Preservation Commission that will be holding their meeting here at City Council Chambers tomorrow at 4 p.m. and they'll be discussing the demo of the old City Hall. I encourage the public to attend if you want to learn more about that. On Thursday, I'll be at Wiseman Aviation, the Flagstaff first mainline airline celebration. After that, of course, I'll be at the League of Towns and Cities, Arizona League of Towns and Cities Civic Craft Session number 9. This is a group of local leaders and elected officials from throughout the state collaborating and networking on shared interests. And Saturday, for all you motorcycle enthusiasts out there, Rev Up Unity, coined by the Daily Sun as Rebels with a Cause, is hosting their annual Unity Ride. All motorcycle enthusiasts and clubs and local clubs are welcome to join. We will be meeting up at Circle K on Lake Mary Road at 9:30 and kickstands up at 10 a.m. for a fun day of riding throughout northern Arizona, creating fellowship and supporting each other in a unique and fun atmosphere. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor.
I'll save mine for next week. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Just letting folks know that this upcoming Sunday, May 24th, from 11 to 3 is the Spring Color Fun Dash hosted by the Shadows Foundation. That'll be out at Finley Toyota, and bring your dogs.
Councilmember Spence.
Nothing this evening.
Okay, I have a couple things. Bear with me. So I've been mentoring a student at Puente de Hojo for a couple of months on his final project, and all of the students are giving their presentations tomorrow. So I just want to say, Cormac, you got this. I'm going to be there cheering you on. And his research is about what types of permitting and how you can make sure that a contractor has the right permits when there might be cultural and historic artifacts present. I attended the Flagstaff High School Awards, and that was really good. And I also attended the FALA Awards and gave my last Don Daggett Memorial Scholarship to a student at FALA. And I created this scholarship after my father passed away while I was still working at FALA. And U.S. Conference of Mayors and the Mayors Alliance to End Childhood Hunger have been heavy into the lobbying efforts to increase funding for SNAP and protect what is left of SNAP at this point. And I just want to say congratulations to Our Lady of Guadalupe Chapel for a great event. And that's it. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor and Council, just to correct, your Mountain Line Board meeting is on Thursday, correct? Thursday at 8. The other item is Scott Overton sent out an email that tomorrow there will be a recognition of Public Works Week out at Public Works between 12 and 2. So go out and get some lunch and say thank you to our amazing Public Works staff. Other than that, I don't have any more updates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.